Welcome to EKF Live. Join us on Lake Winnipesaukee for the second event of the 2024 Elite Kayak Fishing season. Some of the most talented anglers in the Northeast have traveled to New Hampshire's lake region to battle it out for their chance to be crowned an EKF champion. The Dakota Lithium stop number 2 on Lake Winnipesaukee, presented by Black Hall Outfitters, starts now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to EKF Live. This is our second event of the season here on beautiful Lake Winnipesaukee in the Lakes region of New Hampshire. Thanks all for tuning in. It's been a great week so far. We're excited for today. And I want to introduce myself. My name is Adam Rourke. I'm one of the founders of Elite Kayak Fishing. And with me over here to my left is another co-founder, Ken Wood.
Good morning, everybody.
How's it going, Ken?
It's going well. I'm a little behind right now. I'm trying to catch up on a couple things that I should have done a little while ago.
Oh, maybe.
It's how things go with me.
You know, one of the fun things about this broadcast is no matter how many steps we take to prepare, to be, to get ahead of things, it's, something unique comes up. But that's always, it's always part of the adventure. So anyways, thank you all for joining us. Hope your Saturday is going well so far. This week has been a really good one for fishing Winnipesaukee. The weather has been beautiful. I've actually been impressed, and it's only about an hour from my house, which is really, been kind of elusive to me this whole week. Is like I feel like we're really far away, but it's it's been cool to get on the water in Pisaukee, and I know you have a lot of experience here. What do you think?
I fished a lot of bass boat tournaments here, a couple kayak tournaments, 5 or 6 maybe a little bit less, but yeah, I've been around. A lot of my experience here is from back in the day when I wasn't that great. No forward-facing sonar back then or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, it's the lake has come a long way from those days. It seems to fish better now, and I think that a lot of people agree with that the fish is better these days, and I don't think that has anything to do with forward-facing sonar.
No, I don't think so.
No, but I mean, it's a great fishery. I think this week though, from the anglers that I spoke to, it's been a little bit tougher than they expected.
Yeah.
Having difficulty finding the bait. Lots of 15-inch fish, lots of 16-inch fish, but those bigger caliber fish are harder to come by, or have been harder to come by. And the current standings kind of show that. We only have one bass, as the last time I looked, that was over 18 inches. Todd Dyer, 18.75. In fact, that was the first fish that he caught, or that was caught in the tournament. But the rest are those 15, 16-inch caliber fish, a couple 17s. But I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's going to be a tougher day than normal, or if it's just that's the tournament that we're going to have, or somebody's going to, they're going to get on the good ones. Jake Angelis or somebody, Nick Audi. Neither of them are on the board yet. I know both of them do well here.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting week from the perspective, or even beyond just this week, the leading up to the event. The interesting part of Winnipesaukee is you have the lake itself, and then you have the area surrounding it. And one of the challenges that leading up to this event and preparing for it for us on the the administrative side has been, this lake is massive. It's a kind of like an odd shaped lake, right? Where you typically, it's just hard to kind of orient yourself with it, but also the launch can be the difference between you being able to get to that spot. Maybe it's a favorite spot, or, we all know there's some local honey holes here, some local hot spots, and the community holes and what have you. But let's talk about a little bit about how it was challenging to get, access to some of those favorite spots. And honestly, some of the big name ramps of this lake, States Landing, Lee's Mills, and then there's a couple others, but primarily located in the Moltenboro area. Do you want to talk about some of the challenges you had trying to line that stuff up?
You talk about specifically the Moltenboro,
the restrictions,
the changes. Yeah. So, and I don't know. I'm not from New Hampshire, so I don't know exactly what happened. But in a sense, or essentially, Moltenboro. This is a big tourism area. Mm-hmm. Anywhere around the lake, it's going to take you some time to drive around the lake. There's people everywhere. A lot of tourism dollars come into this community, or all the communities surrounding the lake. And Moltenboro is a very popular fishing area. They got or Lee's Mills is a popular tournament launch location. And over the years, even with our past tournaments, when we get a permit, we didn't secure that ramp.
Right.
You know, they would give a permit to bass boat because we launch everywhere around the lake.
Sure.
So often when we would launch there would be a bass boat tournament going out of there the same day. Parking was a nightmare. And you know, local residents, tourists, they would show up to the ramp. You know, they don't get to the ramp at 4 a.m., 3 a.m. like we do. And so they would show up to the ramp and the ramp would be full. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that became a thing that a lot of people complained about. So the town of Moultonborough took control of the ramps, at least States Landing, Lee's Mills. Those are two very popular lake launches. And then the Long Island boat launch as well. And Long Island, I guess, is a very popular spot. I've never been there. So it's a spot where everybody beaches their pontoons, and it's a big party spot. You know what I mean? So no parking there whatsoever, you know what I mean, and for non-residents. Same with the other ramps, but luckily for us, working with the town, working with the chief of police, we were allowed to get 10 spots at States Landing, Lee's Mills. But even still, you know, we kind of lucked out. We have a lower turnout this time, so I think that's good for us, you know, in that sense, because you know. That's 20 people can launch there. That leaves either way. We're not going to have 20 people launching there.
Right. But do you think that altered people's plans? Like that kind of?
It probably did. Like I said, it's a very popular spot, but there's it is great fishing all over across this lake. But yeah, doing that is kind of an issue. And we couldn't get them. We didn't have enough time to get them to kind of see our perspective because we aren't a local trail.
Right.
We do bring tourism dollars into these communities just like any other tourist or group of tourists or whatever. So hopefully next year or next time we come back here, we can work with the town and then maybe get a permit that allows for a bigger group of people to be able to launch it. So we don't have to have any of these kind of problems because, like I said, we lucked out by having a lower turnout, and I don't know why we did. You know, we got the next weekend is the Bassmaster event on Susquehanna. I know a lot of guys up here are planning to fish that one, so maybe they didn't want to do two bigger events back to back. But either way, it worked out for us. We still got great payouts and all that stuff. So even with we got 41 anglers. We usually hit 60 plus. So I think that's the difference right there. But yeah, you know, it's unfortunate. You see that happen a lot in communities. The local residents, the town, the lake associations, public bodies of water, they want to find ways to take away the rights of the people, the public. And a lot of times money talks and they make that happen, and, you know, there's little that we can do about it. And that's kind of what's happened here in a way. Like I said, I'm not from here, so I don't know exactly the reasoning, but that's what it seems like.
I am from here, and I don't know either.
Yeah, so it just seems like that. And I know that there's a lot of boat traffic here on the lakes, and it's kind of weird that they would single out tournaments. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when it comes to challenges and maybe disruptions or not so good things on Lake Winnipesaukee, I don't think kayaks are the first ones on the list. But hey, maybe I'm wrong, and to each their own. But the part of it that I think will be interesting today and how it plays out is, we had to do a lot of communication about please, 10 only, and don't go over 10, and be respectful and all that stuff, which we don't. We try not to act like parents, but it's to keep EKF in good standing in these areas. We have to do that. But what will be interesting today is I think some of those launches I think were more well known for the potential of getting that elusive largemouth bite here. Right. The smallmouth, I would think the smallmouth are probably going to be the dominant species today, or dominant fish that are caught. But we've seen in the past that a kicker largemouth can really break that. I think we're gonna see a lot of the 18, 19 range by the end of the day for smallmouth. Yep. And it's when you hit that gridlock of those larger smallmouth that a 20-inch largemouth can really come in and shake things up and give somebody that additional inch, 2 inches that just those on a deep smallmouth bite maybe can't call up, or don't happen to get those to bite. Yeah,
that the 20-inch caliber smallies are tough to come by. I mean, they're tough to come by anywhere. But especially here, you'll see a lot of 18s, you'll see some 19s. But that if you can get that largemouth, that's what Josh Smith won in 2021.
Yeah, exactly.
He had a 22-inch largemouth, and that made a huge difference. And even the last time that I fished here, which was 2022, I was down. You know what I mean? And this wasn't, I didn't hit a 20, it was a 19 something, but it was a big upgrade, and it pushed me way to the top. And if I'd had more time, I probably could have got a couple more. I just had 5 minutes left of the tournament, and they just, but they make a big difference. The problem with this is there are very small Molten Borough has a lot of weeds, and that's why a lot of people go there to look for largemouth. But even still, it's harder to find them because it is a bigger area. But other than that, there's really just kind of pockets. You've got a little cove that has some weeds in it. You got something like the Basin or Back Bay. These are little, backwater pond kind of things. You go through a bridge. There's the Paugus Bay has Chattel Cove, Pickerel Cove. But again, they're very, very small. So it's not loaded, right? It's kind of like you're gambling. You go in there, you're hoping for one big bite. You're not going in there for a limit. Beyond that, you're looking for those again elusive largemouths that are sitting out on the main lake where you wouldn't necessarily expect them, and they're harder to find, easier to find now with forward facing. You can find the rock piles and stuff like that, and they're just those fish that are just sitting out there in deep water on nothing. Right. That's another way that anglers are now able to find those largemouth. But I don't know how many we'll see today. I don't know if we've seen any yet. Looks like from what I've seen, it's all smallmouth.
Yeah, we just had Dave Fiesick jump up on the big bass leaderboard, the fresh baits big bass with a 19-inch smallmouth, which is good. I think I really think that's getting pretty close to the ceiling in terms of size of smallmouth you're going to see today. Yeah, I think there's a chance with some of the guys out here, guys and girls. I think there's a chance you see a 20-inch smallmouth, but I don't see. I would guess you're not going to see much bigger than that. I could be wrong, and that would be really great if I was, but I think that's going to be about it. The other part I think about, when it comes to those spots you're talking about with the weeds, the random patches that'll hold those largemouth. The challenge for kayakers, right, is that we have we have a fixed amount of space that we can cover with our kayaks. Now, granted, we are. I don't want to sound too bad. Like we are at the point now with these batteries that we can. Cover 16 miles in a day, carefully with some battery reserves, taking some steps, but it can be done. The other piece though is if you get to those spots, say with the weeds up in Molten Borough or any spot really, the other sort of variable here is this lake is a very popular lake for bass boat events of varying sizes, right? Like bass boats aren't restricted to where they launch. They can make the run from Alton Bay all the way up here to Molten Borough if they want. Now it's going to be a long ride, but they could do it. So even if you could get to those spots, like it's a toss up. And it's been interesting talking with folks this week about how their pre-fishing has gone. And I know getting some of our footage, doing some of our interviews, it's been what's been really interesting to see and hear for me has been like the for me, we've had tournaments on this lake before, and it's, if you remember back, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, probably more than that, maybe 4 years ago, there's a KBF event up here. Chris Ellis did really well on a spot that it's kind of a community hole, right? But then he went back to that spot the next year. Part of it could have been his video, getting additional pressure on that spot. But we see that the spot is... It's not like a lot of places where you have a spot, like you have that point where fish are always, even if they're not the big fish, there's always fish on that point. We're seeing what it sounds like is we're seeing fish just constantly moving here, where they're not always like, just because there's a community hole doesn't mean there's going to be fish there. The fish, in some cases, from what I'm hearing from some people, the fish are acting a little funny. Some of them are suspended in 100 feet of water, but they're suspended in 30, and they're just hanging out and they're letting the bait go right by without even turning their heads, right? And then some, and some are finding the opposite. It's just a place that's constantly changing.
This is a place the size of the lake where, seasonal patterns play big time. Yeah. A lot of deep water, a lot of structure, a lot of cover. So the fish are on the move, And I guess maybe just right now they're not where people expected them to be. I know when I went out filming, we were fishing, or they were fishing in 30 feet of water, and they were catching fish, but they were 15s, 16s, and I went out with them 60 feet, no bait, very little bait. Also in the 15, you'd see very small bait balls, none of the big ones that just cover 30 feet or whatever. So where those are, I don't know. I'm sure some people have found them. Are they out in that 100 feet range or, 75? 2022 when we fished here, I was getting them in 70 feet, 70 plus. So I don't know where they are, but somebody's going to find them. They're going to be out there on the main lake. But, maybe there are still some of the bigger ones that are shallow. I'm sure there are. There are always fish shallow, right?
So, yeah, there's always the one that'll come up.
If you're looking for that consistent, larger bite, I'm not so sure if they're in that 20, 30-foot range. I'm
not sure. I don't think our anglers are really sure, to be honest. Because I think the tough part is when you get on that bite, that's the 15s and 16s, it's fun, right? The smallmouth bite like crazy. And as an angler, you feel like you've got something, right? But really, and don't get me wrong, it's fun. I don't mean to poo-poo on those. But the fish, like the 15s, 16s, are good fun fishing fish, But it's not, but tournament day, those might be the fish you use to put a quick limit up and then go head hunt in the rest of the day, right? But the tough part is going to be, I think, the decision. If you get on a big school of those fish, you're seeing the 15s, 16s. Like for me in the past fishing here, pre-fishing, certain spots are in pre-fishing have yielded 18, 19-inch fish. Then come tournament day, your first fish is a 16-inch and you got to start wondering. That's when the head games start, right? Okay, did the spot change? We've seen throughout the week, Wednesday we got here, super hot, right? Super hot, stale, a little bit of wind, not like off and on. We fished Waukee for our staff event, which is super close to Winnipesaukee, but, are part of Winnipesaukee. It's a much larger lake. So, it's one of those things, the heat and the cooling off could be playing here. The smallmouth are susceptible, I think, more sensitive to that change in the temperature and weather. Sometimes it makes them lock up, but the other part that's like some people have had a little bit of a tough time, but in getting our on the water footage, compared to Sagandaga anyways, we didn't have trouble getting like catch footage. People were catching fish pretty regularly. I was out there filming Jake Angelis. It was fun. We got a chance to just talk about the week. That was good. And he wasn't showing me his plan for today. He was showing me, a backup that was a couple rungs down the strategy, but it was really cool to see it, how he was targeting the fish, I got to see a little bit of him cycling through baits, that kind of brings me back to our podcast this past week on Monday, where he's talking about just cycling through baits. It was really cool to see, honestly, just a little bit of his process and how he's figuring it out, how he's trying to fire up a school of fish to bite, or, it was just a cool thing to see. And just to see that focus, but I think I think we're past the debate of whether or not forward facing is here or not, right? But I think what's been really cool to see is like how it's being used this week, and how anglers are using their electronics, finding ways to kind of give themselves that competitive edge. But it's been, for me anyways, the use of forward-facing sonar has been really cool to just get a better glimpse of under the water, right? Like even the structure that we see, spots we've fished for years, and just the cool visibility that it gives you compared to the past, right? Like the sonar could give us a good indication of like humps and stuff, but it's that static image that can make it, like a little tough to even locate, right? But the forward facing, I think, is bringing a whole different perspective to this lake. And it's really cool to see. At least in the kayak game, I think it's changed a lot. And here particularly, I think you're going to see the folks forward facing are definitely going to be up front really early, if not throughout the day.
Yeah, I think, Judy Richardson's on top with 14,025 inches.
All right, Judy.
All right.
But speaking of Jake, though.
Yeah, Jake. So besides that, that's probably a 14.25. And that'll be corrected here in a minute. But Jake Angelis just bumped up to the top with 89.5 inches, 3 18s, 2 17s in those ranges, 17.75, 2.5.
So we're seeing those 18s.
That's not surprising. I mean, Jake's going to be – you're going to need forward-facing sonar here, I believe, to really, if you want to win, right? And yeah, you could go then look for a largemouth. Somebody might get lucky and find a, just figure something out with the largies, and they'll be able to compete. But I think those bigger caliber fish are going to be offshore, and probably in areas a lot of areas where, like Anthony Campbell, like I know he is fishing an area that I have fished before, and that is an area that's accessible to anybody. Mm-hmm. But there are some areas on this lake where a good number of those anglers, no matter what kind of kayak they're in, what kind of motor they have, they're just not going to go out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's going to be too scary for them. A lot of boat traffic. It's going to have rocks, a lot of big waves. You know, that's the thing about a lake like this is that you have rocks that come right up to the surface and big ones. And with all the boat traffic, and now of course you add in boats like the wake boats. The wake boats, which just create massive waves to begin with. They hit those rocks, and those 3-4 footers are now 6 footers.
Yeah, it
And
multiplies. Sure.
there are anglers that will go out there in a kayak and they'll no problem. They'll handle it well. And there are other people that will look at that and go, absolutely not. I am not. There's no way. And those anglers, unfortunately, with a place like this and the kind of bite that I think these guys are on, will. I won't say suffer, but they are at a disadvantage.
It's a tough adjustment to make, right? You have to abandon. In some cases, that those conditions can make you abandon your confidence pattern, your confidence spot.
Yeah. And we discussed, the lower turnout for this event, and we also discussed if that is possible. A possible explanation for some of it, is that a lot of guys are looking at this lake, and we've been here before, so they know what to expect and they know where fish are caught. And maybe they said, you know what, I don't have forward facing, or I'm not as good as Jake Angelis and Nick Audi, Anthony Campbell. Maybe they said, you know what, I'm not even going to bother trying to compete because I have no shot at winning.
Yeah, the deep
which is unfortunate. Which is unfortunate. You know what I mean? Because you do have a shot, but typically I normally wouldn't say. Anglers are at a huge disadvantage when it comes to forward-facing sonar. But at a lake like this, I definitely think at a lake like this, and with some of the anglers that we're fishing with that know their electronics so well, it's going to be hard to beat. I mean, Jake's up to 89.5. I think that's what won it last year. I think Mike Morcone had 89.50, and now it's 9:22 in the morning.
Yeah,
and he's got all day. So,
and that was 2 years ago. So our last time Winnipesaukee.
2 years, yes, not bad.
But it's like it's not a 1 year gap. I think that's going to be the interesting piece, right? Is that 2 years, that 2 year gap is pretty significant when it comes to, I'd say, the adoption of technology in kayak fishing. You're seeing forward facing become far more standard on kayak builds that people are buying, and honestly, you're seeing advancements also just in regular graphs, right? So I do think that. I think the other piece to your point about the amount of anglers registered for this event is deep water fishing. I think in general, especially for kayak fishermen, just still remains intimidating in and of itself, right? Because even with forward-facing sonar, it's easy to, and I know I've struggled with this in the past, where it's like you're fishing deep, but you kind of feel like you're just throwing a prayer out each time, right? Like you're just not really sure. You think you see something, but our electronics, as good as they are, they can still deceive us. What looks like a fish, it could be a fish, but it's a trout instead of a bass. In this place, in Winnipesaukee, has massive lake trout, all kinds of fish. You have landlocked salmon. So when you're trolling, when you're cruising, or not trolling, when you're cruising around, looking and scanning, and you see those deep spots, and maybe you see fish suspended, or maybe you see fish hugging the bottom at 100 feet. This is a lake that 100% can deceive you in fishing, going after those fish only to find out they're not the ones you're looking for. In addition, to your point, Ken, that this I think will easily be one of, if not the tournament that provides the most challenges and obstacles, unfishing related, on the water, right? Boat traffic out here. This is, we're getting into that window, I would say, after 10 o'clock, I think, I would be racing. Yes. I would always try to get my fish as quick as I can before those boats get out there. I would say about 10 o'clock, maybe after, and realistically it's sooner, but come noon, this place will be a highway.
Yeah, I mean, somebody, I don't know who did, somebody already posted on Facebook pre-launch that jet skiers were already
Tyler
on the
Sweet
lake.
posted that.
So but yes, at 10 o'clock and after, it's gonna explode. This is the kind of lake that you kind of hope for bad weather, right?
Rain.
Yeah,
right?
rain. You know what I mean? It's going to keep a lot of those people indoors. But today is a beautiful day.
Beautiful day.
Partly cloudy. It's going to be hot. It's going to be warm. That lake is going to be insane. It's going to be a wash machine. That's what they say. And I mean, when you go out
certain
there,
areas will definitely.
Certainly, yes, because you have the rocks, and then you have boats. There are boat lanes in areas where there are rocks. You got to go through a channel, but for the most part, and you can go on Google Maps and take a look at the lake, and you can see it. There are boats everywhere, and they are just going in every direction, and so you have waves coming from all around you, and when they collide, it literally looks like the water's boiling.
Yeah.
So
areas
that's
too.
where the wash machine thing comes from, and this lake is absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, and it creates instances too, right, where certain areas, like there's so many boats that now it creates a current, right, like a surface level current that can make it tough to stay on a spot, even if you're in like I don't know what a protected area would look like, but even if you're in a protected area, I think about a couple of years back when I was fishing the Witches. It's a pretty well-known area. Honestly, maybe one of the most well-marked areas on the lake in terms of hazards.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want people to die.
It's one of those places that goes, in certain areas, it goes 20 feet to 3 feet instantly. It's a ledge, and then it's other places you'll be in 8 feet. And then, in a matter of 25 yards, you're talking 6 inches of water. Oh, yeah. When I fished here, I think 2 years ago, I fished the Witches, and I picked that spot intentionally thinking, all these buoys around, if nothing else, I might be able to sneak in here and not worry about getting hit, right? I'll still deal with the wake. Got to look out for the rocks. Like you said, I think that's a great point where rock can really take a really relatively tame wake and turn it into something more. Not to mention, if you get pushed up on that rock, it doesn't take much.
Yeah, and you can't see it coming. I mean, the wave hits that rock, and it has nothing else to do but go over it.
Right,
know? It just goes on, and so it just elevates, and that happened to me. I was under the New Johnsonville Bridge for the national championship on Kentucky Lake a few years ago, and I was fine, but the way that under that bridge is some ledges that come up. It goes from, if you at the top, it's like 3 feet, then 7 feet, and then 14, and then 20, and it just, this wave, I just watched it come, and it just built and built and built, and the next thing you know, I was in the big rig, but like everything. My net was in the water. All the lures that I had on the deck and on the little trough on the side were all in the water. And I was like, what just happened? Because I did not expect it at all. And it was just all of a sudden, there was a wave there. And in a certain situations, you could find yourself in the water.
Oh, absolutely.
Luckily we have some warm water here. That wouldn't be a problem. But, if you're in cold water and that happens, you can find yourself into in some trouble. I think
the part too is, right, we talk about boat traffic, right, and it kind of sounds like the term makes it sound standard. Without being too, I would say, judgmental of the folks on Winnipesaukee, I think it's boat traffic, but it's not always the smartest or most intelligent boat traffic in terms of driving decisions and boater safety.
There's a reason why Marine Patrol is all over this lake at all times.
A couple of years ago when we fished here, I was fishing the Witches. Again, I know I mentioned it was well marked out. Towards the end of the day, I was sitting on the corner of one of the markers, just casting into it, and there was 2 jet skis just ripping. Of course, we all love jet skis. They were just ripping right towards
Do we all love jet skis?
We don't love jet skis. I was being sarcastic. But they were ripping towards the markers. Honestly, they were heading right for a spot like we were talking about that's going to go from 10 to 12 feet to 3 feet instantly. And then then it was heading towards 6 inches. Mm-hmm. So I started waving them down because they were hauling. And I'll never forget the letting them know, like, hey, you got to go around. You want to go around, like it shallows out right there. And he yelled to his buddy behind him, and the other guy was convinced I was just trying to protect my fishing spot, which kind of told me, one, they knew they were cutting through my fishing spot. So I was like, thank you for that. But also, that he was going to go. It kind of implied, like, let's just do it anyways. And I was just kind of sitting there, well, getting my phone ready to call somebody because that's going to be bad. But luckily they didn't do that.
You were going to call somebody? You weren't going to film a video to put on the internet?
I filmed it.
I filmed it.
I don't
think people do that anymore. I watched the video.
You film and call.
Sidetrack. I watched the video that guy like fell off a cliff, and like the lady filming was telling people to call the cops.
She had a digital camera.
It's like that's the world we live in today.
It is.
You know. You call the cops. I'm filming for TikTok.
That's the I think the variable though, right, is like, just to speak to that, is just there's a lot of, going back to Moltenboro, there's a lot of money around this lake. Certain areas are more popular than others, but there's a lot of a lot of these folks are vacationers. They're not native New Hampshireites. All right, that keeps coming up. I can't wait for this event to go over because I don't like that term. We got to come up with something better in New Hampshire, but there's a lot of folks from out of state, right? And then you have as we've seen over the years of traveling, a lot more Airbnbs and rentals. So you have a lot of folks that aren't from around here that coming in. Some folks have their boater's license, some don't. To your point, like, there is Marine Patrol all over this lake. So hopefully our anglers are being careful and they stay safe. Everyone has to have their flags out, anything they can do to keep visible. But really, I think the challenge becomes, if you're relying on electronics heavily, remembering to look up and look around you is one thing that I know that can be tough sometimes. You get so focused on it. But anyway, those conditions are tough, but it's just one of those, just more of those variables that we've talked about in the past. The fishing and the catching is like a fraction of the battle these days. You still, in the midst of all of that, have to get this fish settled down on a board, camera out. I know my phone is famous. I like to let it get the camera on, let it hang down, so when I get the fish down, I can grab it real quick. And almost like clockwork, every time I do it, I bump the camera to portrait or video or some weird mode, or it orients itself all strange. And without fail, every tournament I have a bunch of random pictures of my feet or under my seat.
Of course, yeah.
So with that, with those waves and that boat traffic, getting those pictures, and sometimes those wakes can come hit you from one side, and that kind of tells the fish, like, let's go, uses the momentum. So it's gonna be interesting at the awards to hear some of the stories from today, and no doubt there'll be some funny ones. But yeah, so the leaderboard is moving. We've had a lot of movement since we started the broadcast at like 30 minutes ago.
30 minutes in, yeah.
Jake Angelis is
still on top,
as predicted, right where we see him. What's interesting is he's already surpassed some folks' predictions. Some predictions for today.
Yeah, and he'll hit 90 plus. I mean, he's got 217s. He'll definitely hit 90 plus inches. Steve Hedges 19 bumped up into third place with 84 and a half. He's got
19 and a half Smalley.
19 and a half inch Smalley, so he's on top for that.
Looks like his picture. His picture is giving us a little insight as to where he's fishing or what he's fishing, and it looks like he's on that deep bite like we're talking about. If you're watching at home and you're unfamiliar with some of the electronics that we're talking about, some of the technology forward-facing and what have you, I hate to say it this way, but like sometimes our anglers like to give some demonstrations or some examples of how they're using it. So peruse our leaderboard and see what we mean.
That is part of the game. If somebody gets, leaves a little bit of info out there, you can take that info. I have found launches. I have found spots that John's shaking his head. That is part of the game. You know what I mean? If you give
absolutely part of the game.
But this doesn't give anything away, right? We're not seeing anything. We're seeing he's in 39 feet of water. And flat bottom. That is what forward-facing sonar has done. How it's changed the game. I get it. Down scan and all that stuff. You've been able to do 2D. You've been able to find stuff in areas like this. But this has just opened up the doors, right? Because a lot of areas people just wouldn't go to unless there was something else there. Right. They knew there were rock piles there or something. If you looked on Navionics or any kind of contour map or something, and you saw nothing. There's flat bottom, nothing out there at all. You wouldn't go there, right? You're really not going to go there because there's nothing. You would think that there's nothing there, but now with this new knowledge that we have from forward facing, that you could go into a bay that has absolutely nothing in it, and you could find.
I think Steve's picture here. Fish, yeah, I think this picture, and I don't mean to pick on Steve. If you look, I've already seen like 3 or 4 that almost look identical to Steve's picture here.
And I mean,
the beauty of those big displays, right, is that you can see all that, but then they make it the picture. But if you look at this picture in particular, what is on the display, without forward-facing sonar, this might be one of the most unremarkable spots, right? It's just a flat spot, doesn't seem to be anything of interest. Nothing there,
but look at this. If you zoom in, here you've got 2 marks, right?
2 little marks.
1 60 feet out, 1 70 feet out, 20 feet down. In 39 feet of water.
I guess can you tell folks at home how to read this? I know we don't have a screen share, but like what the numbers on the top mean running along the top and what they mean on the bottom.
Right, so that's just distance out on top. It's the distance out, That's he's got his forward-facing sonar set to 100 feet out, I believe. Yeah, 100 feet. It's typical what most of us do.
Yeah.
Have it set to 100 feet out, and maybe some people have more if they have their settings set up really well.
Yeah, but preference,
Yeah,
some people have
I have
preferences.
mine set to 100 feet out, and he's in basically 40 feet of water. And then, he's got 2 fish out here, 60, 70 feet. So he's got more options,
Yeah.
He just got this one. He's got 2 more to shoot for.
Yeah.
Again, these could be something else.
They may not be big.
They are pretty big marks.
They are big marks.
But we learned also, like we were talking about it when we fished that Waukee one, you see a if you're in an area, you're catching a lot of 13s, 14s and stuff, and then you see a small, dot. This is basically what it is. It's a dot. It's a small little circle or something, some are slash, and you cast to it, expecting to catch a 13, and you haul up a 17, 18. It depending on how those fish are oriented in the water, if they're broadside, that's going to return a bigger image on your screen.
Right.
And if they're, you're straight forward on them, they might return a smaller screen. So that's why sometimes you'll see a big mark and you'll catch it and you'll pull in a small fish, or you'll see the opposite. You'll see a small mark. What did I say? Either way, the opposite. So it's again, this is it's new technology, and this is what a lot of people I think struggle with. Trying to figure out the subtleties of it. You can obviously use it certain times where it doesn't matter, what you do. You throw out. These fish will come from 20, 30 feet away and hit whatever you throw.
Yeah.
And then there are other times where it's just you have to use a little bit more. You have to look at a lot of the nuances and everything in order to be successful using it. And I don't know about this. I don't know what these are, but again, those are 2 pretty big marks.
And sometimes the fish that bites, you see the mark on the forward facing, and you cast to it, and sometimes the fish you catch is not even on the screen, right? Like it's been really. Really nerding out, like the nerdy side of me has been really enjoying forward-facing sonar just to see, because we, before forward-facing sonar and the ability to really get a good picture down there, I've always run through scenarios in my head, like I bet my bait is bouncing right by a fish right now. I bet they're looking at it, laughing at me, whatever. And nowadays it's like you get to see all that. We're people that kayak anglers or tournament anglers in general. They're students of the game looking for that edge learning. I know I've read, I've never been particularly good or interested all that much in science and biology and what have you, but I have read more books about bass and catching them. It's, and it's just fascinating to me. Anything that we can learn about their behavior, their patterns, like the tendencies. The part that I think will be interesting today is the smallmouth bite is definitely the fast bite, right? And I would say the deeper bite, looking for the schools is going to be the fast limit of today. What I'm curious to see is those that have the quality pattern, not the quantity pattern. And I think we've seen it a few times here in Winnipesaukee where the person who ends up winning is not the person who jumps out in front, even with a high limit, even with an immediate big bass. You see those limits that people, they claw and scratch for throughout the day, right? And the last fish that secures it for them doesn't come until 15 minutes before it ends. Like it can happen that way. And then there's also the people that have a miserable pre-fish that just somehow the pre-fishing tells them what not to do. They go do something else, and they find their way into a winning pattern that people just don't see coming.
That's really what pre-fishing is for a lot of people. It's they say eliminating water, eliminating baits. I typically have terrible pre-fishes, because I'm all over the place. I'm not really. A lot of people come out and pre-fish, and they get kind of caught up in this. They're crushing it, and they don't try anything else. They're killing it on chatterbait or whatever they're throwing. And then they go and they fish a lot, and they're like, this is it. This is the pattern. This is what I'm going to do. Next day, 2 days later, whenever it is, they get out there, and guess what? Those fish aren't eating the chatterbait, and they've got nothing else.
Right.
So it always pays to, if you are pre-fishing, it always pays to really, really, really try a lot of things. And the problem is, I think, because you will probably strike out more often than not by doing so, that keeps people from doing it. But the what you actually gain is that when you're on tournament day, you now have a lot more information than you realize.
Yeah.
You know, you have failed in your pre-fishing in a sense, but you've gained a lot more knowledge.
And it's real time, right? It's current, right? So you have the part of pre-fishing for me that I always try to work out is, is try to work out that second guessing, the head game, right? So it's better to go find those fish, during pre-fishing and leave them. I try to, over the years, I used to pre-fish and get a limit on a spot and be like, okay, now I'm good. And over the years, I've started to realize like that might have been too much for this spot, or like when it comes to smallmouth, most of us have learned that where there's one, there's more, right? And so instead of I've adjusted my pre-fishing strategies from catching 5 to maybe 1 or 2, just to see if this is a spot with multiple or if that was a fluke. And then I move on. And instead of doing that on tournament day, right, which those decisions can cost you, when you leave fish, the classic line, leave fish to find fish, sometimes works out. You don't hear it when it works out, but that happens all too often, right? It's like you pre-fish, or I've had times where I've pre-fished and I'm like, I'm doing really good, I got fish, but what doesn't cross my mind until tournament morning is I've got good fish on one spot. I have no backup plan. I have, because I've fixated on that one spot, I don't know the area well. I haven't gone cruise like the next cove over or the next point, or even cross the lake to see what's on the other shoreline, which is bad in so many ways, right? Because you find fish, which is good, but they may not be the winning fish, and you could be literally within a half mile of double the size fish, better fish, more aggressive fish, whatever. And so it's interesting to see and how people have approached it. I think a lot of folks have had, they had an idea of what they were going to do coming into Winnipesaukee, and their ideas have changed. I know I've spoke to a few people now that have said where they're going for this tournament, and that's not where they ended up today. And I think that's great. The other person I think that, now we're not going to be able to overlook because he's in 6th place. The other person I think people need to watch out for, who tends to fly a little bit more under the radar than Jake, is Matt Lee. Matt Lee has a lot of experience on this lake. We've seen in the past, Matt Lee can really catch fish. He's also from New Hampshire. He's a New Hampshire native. And honestly, in the local tournament scene, Matt is a force to be reckoned with. And I think the patterns that I was talking about earlier about the scratching and clawing their way up, I think Matt will be one of those anglers who throughout the day just starts culling and working his way in the higher 80s.
He's always a threat, and he's also a fisheries biologist, correct?
Yes.
So he has a greater understanding of how these fish act, how they interact with their environment, how the environment affects the fish, which is the average fisherman just does not have that kind of knowledge, and I would say even probably some of the better anglers or the more knowledgeable anglers probably don't have
not to the level
even like a fraction of the knowledge that he has, and that definitely benefits him greatly, especially on these New Hampshire fisheries, these northern fisheries where he obviously lives up here in New Hampshire. So maybe down in Massachusetts, where we have a lot of shallower lakes, weedier, he maybe that stuff that would cancel out some of that knowledge, but up here, he's definitely one to fear when you're on the water with him.
I would say so, for sure. It's interesting comparing this event so far to our first event, Sagandaga. It's just the amount of fish being caught. So I think what we're going to see here, the big difference in the bodies of water from our first event going into this one, is not the quality of the fishery, but I think the quality of the fish. I think you're going to see a lot more bigger fish here, but you're not going to see the 512 fish that were caught at Great Sagandaga.
Yeah. So let's do a quick. We're going to do a break here in a minute. So let's do a quick rundown we'll do the top 10. We've got Jake Angelis still in the lead with 89.50. No upgrades since he uploaded a minute ago, but I noticed he uploaded everything at once. So he might be holding on to fish. He might be over 90 now.
Could be in a bit of an outage area. Found a spot, but his big fish is 18.5.
Yeah, Todd Dyer's 85.5. Steve Hedges in third with 84.50. Then we've got Anthony Campbell. He's steadily upgrading, little increments at a time.
But he's in fourth. But he has 4 16 inches that he can easily upgrade and become a serious threat to Jake.
Yeah. 83.25 for Anthony. Ray Morales just behind him with 83, and then Matt Lee again 80 inches. Rob Sinker's in 7th with 79.5. Dave Fissick, 58.5. It drops significantly. I think Rob's probably the last one with a limit. Yeah, so he's got a limit. Dave's probably got 4 fish. 4 fish for 58.5. And then Steve Mazza with 51 and Steve Smith with 46.75. So a lot of these guys have to step it up, which I'm sure they will. They got some work to do. But again, you put up 5 fish and you're going to jump up pretty significantly. And then Steve Hedges is still on top of the Big Bass leaderboard, the Fresh Baits Big Bass leaderboard with 19.5-inch smallie. So yeah, it's 84 fish submitted so far, and the last tournament started at 7:30, so a little over an hour and a half.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's the thing. We started the tournament a little bit later today, so we started a little bit later than the last one. New Hampshire law requires that, so maybe it's not so. I mean, it's probably not going to reach the numbers of Saugatuck, but it's probably going to be higher than we're thinking here. So we're going to cut now to some commercials and some of the footage we got throughout the week. Hope you all enjoy it. Introduce you'll see the part 1 of Beyond the Water, which is our some of our shenanigans throughout the week, and also our staff tournament. So hope you all enjoy that, and we'll be here to update you when we get back. Thanks, everybody.
I'm Mike Morcone. I'm from South Grafton, Massachusetts.
Simon Morgan, and I'm from Elmira, New York.
My name is Jake Angelis. I'm from Southern New Hampshire, and we're up on beautiful Lake Winnipesaukee.
Hi, I'm Trisha Angelini Luciano, and I'm from Cooksaki, New York.
I've had a season full of challenges. I had a motor stolen. I've lost graphs. I've done okay, not the finishes I was hoping for, but kind of hoping to turn it around today.
We got the win at the first event on Great Sagadaga, so we're trying to keep that momentum rolling in. We had a great finish at the Hobie BOS on Cayuga Lake. Got a 2nd place there, so we're trying to keep that momentum rolling. Fished a couple local events to keep sharp, and we're ready for the Home Pond Derby.
It's, good days and bad days. Hopefully I can get more consistent. This is my first season back since last year. I wasn't fishing last year because of surgery, so I'm trying to get everything back together, and I have a new kayak and new gear, forward-facing sonar, all the stuff, so it's been a lot of fun, but still challenging at times.
Well, I've had a kind of a slow start of my season. This is my first tournament with the EKF, and we went down south with bass and did okay there, but not enough to cash a check, so we're hoping to do a heck of a lot better here.
I'm going to be using the live scope a lot for this tournament. Tons of offshore smallmouth, floating around out deep. Going to be targeting that 20 to 60 foot. They're not going to be quite as deep as they were in August, so the last time we were here. So they're creeping out there, but we got to wait for the thermocline to really set up to push them way offshore. So we're going to be doing a lot of finesse fishing. We're definitely going to mix in some power fishing later in the day as that sun gets up and those fish can really start seeing above them. So the big bait might make an appearance at this tournament. Big glide bait, big jerk bait. It should be a good time.
Well, I haven't pre-fished yet, so I'm hoping the answer to that is finesse fishing. If I'm not finesse fishing, I might be in a little bit of trouble, but should be on the drop shot a good chunk of the day.
Right now, my plans are finesse fishing. So I'm going to start off with that, do some drop shot and things like that. But then I'm going to look for the opportunities to power fish, but I don't think that's going to be the game. But you never know.
I'm thinking I'm going to do a little bit of both with the water temperature right now. I think a lot of moving baits might be a ticket for some bigger fish, and then we'll go deeper and try a little finesse and move around.
I'm probably going to see 200 to 300 pleasure boaters this weekend easily. I'm going to be sitting out offshore in the deep, and those pleasure boaters, they're going to be flying around. It's going to be a beautiful weekend, so we're going to see plenty of pleasure boaters. There's nothing you can do about them but just bounce around.
All of them, probably every last one of them, and where I am is a little bit high traffic too, so it's going to be a roller coaster.
Millions. They're going to be everywhere.
Yeah.
Hopefully I won't be dodging too many.
All of them. There's going to be hundreds of them running around here, I'm sure. It always is. It's a busy lake.
Winning bait, for me, I'm going to guess either a Demiki or a drop shot. That's what I would guess.
Probably the winning bait is going to be a drop shot. The drop shot plays super heavily here, but big largemouth could also play. If someone gets on those big largemouth, it can definitely play. Just skipping a Senko around and throwing a little jig for those big largemouth.
Oh man, I'm just gonna go with drop shot, and I think that's just gonna be the bread and butter. I think we'll see.
Like I said, I'm going to try some moving baits, maybe some rattle traps. I don't know if any top water's hitting. This is the first day of practice for me, so we just got to get out there and try to figure it out, you know.
I'm thinking around 95.
Very good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great.
Winning limit, I'm gonna say 91.5 inches.
Very good.
And it's gonna be all brown fish, I think.
I'd probably do a range, so I'd say, I mean, it's summer, weather's awesome. I'd probably say 89 to 92, and maybe absolute max, maybe 93 inches.
Excellent.
Yep.
On this lake, I'm going to say high 90s, if not 100. I mean, somebody will get into them. You got smallmouth and largemouth here, so, you know, anything can happen. And the weather is supposed to stay pretty decent for us, so we're going to just hope for the best. But it'd be in the high 90s, I'm sure.
Forged from the harshest environments, Dakota lithium batteries are built to endure. Engineered with lithium iron phosphate, they give you twice the runtime, at half the weight, last 5 times longer, and provide exceptional lifetime value.
Let's go!
Backed by an 11-year warranty, they keep you on the water from sunup to sundown. Go further. Last longer. Play harder.
We are Yak Attack, a leader in watercraft accessories and mounting systems, made in small town America with a built for life guarantee. From rod holders to fish finder mounts, to cleats, tie downs and more, Yak Attack products attach quickly and easily to your boat or kayak, including virtually all built-in track systems. For more information or to find a dealer near you, visit us at yakattack.com.
Hello, Mr. Wood. It's like your kayak farted.
Alright. It's like you. Alright, what's going on, everybody? Me, Ken Wood, John Ferreira behind the lens, Adam Rourke.
Yo. The man, the myth, the legend.
We're here for Elite Kayak Fishing Event number 2, and the Staff Clash number 2 on. It's got a sort of a ring to it. We're on Lake Waukee though. Everybody else is fishing Lake Winnipesaukee. Waukee, we got a little history here. John and I fished here for the KFL matches. Oh, you did as well.
Yeah, I fished here.
You did as well.
He almost died.
He almost died. It's nice and calm today, so you don't have to worry about that.
A little different today.
But yeah, we're just gonna see who comes out on top. This one might be a John victory. Deep water. So we'll see what happens. 5 hours? Yes.
It could be anybody's guess. We all got forward-facing sonar. We all can use it, and so anything can happen. Don't let Ken think that deep water is my strengths. Is that the juice?
Maybe.
I just showed you juice. Are we starting?
Let's go.
All right, bye.
Hey, how you doing there? You catching anything? Oh, shoot! Hey, you that Jake Angulas guy?
Yep. I'm a wannabe. Uh-oh.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Hold that up so I can go leave and catch my own. Nice. Sweet.
You trying to get me to lose it?
Huh?
Trying to get me to lose it? It's a good strategy.
What is this, a hump?
Oh! What are you freaking doing?
I'm throwing a jerk bait, so I probably won't catch anything.
Oh!
Oh, wow. That's a decent one. It's probably like a 16, 17. Spit something up. I want to know what he spit up. Oh, there's another big one with it. Maybe it's bigger than I thought. Oof. Only water sniper to the head. This is a decent one. It's long. Let's see what it measures. There were more with it where that came from.
Largemouth. Good fish. Probably a 17.
I'm not gonna even measure them. You hear that? Foam. Yeehaw. Ooh.
They want the big TRD. I'm gonna gamble on putting this one across my lap. That, my friends, is a giant. 12.75. Holy crap. Oh, 11. Wait, what's the minimum? 12? False. That's a 12.
Another good one.
Oh my God, I gotta stop doing this, but I thought there was a 3 fish limit. It's a 5 fish limit, so I've been throwing away 15 3/4. I don't think there'll be an issue, but I'm a dummy. I'm a big dummy. Oh yeah, they were smallies for sure. They're crushing it. Oh. I don't know. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Better than I thought it was going to be. Oh. Oh. All right, I just hooked into one that was better than I thought it was going to be. I almost played him like an idiot. Man, this open water sniper, it's probably going to be like a 17 and change. Hey, relax, relax, relax. I just want to make sure I got you. Down, y'all boy, down. 17 and 3/4.
That's a giant. No, it's not. Felt good. Like a 15 1/4. Oh, he hit like a monster.
Oh man. I have caught a ton of fish today. A lot of small ones. A lot of like 15 and change. But I finally think I caught an upgrade to my 16. I don't think it's gonna be much, but we're gonna see. We are going to see. He came way off the bottom to get this bait. Please be. Yeah. Oh boy. 3/4 inch upgrade. Fish. Okay. Jesus. There we go, pretty good. That's the limit. Need to get ready at 12 though.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. The first part of Beyond the Waters. It was a fun time, but we got some movement on our leaderboard. So
right on cue.
Yeah,
there was no movement until 2 seconds ago.
We did pass the 100 fish mark though. We're up to 102 fish caught, but we have some new challengers in the top 10 or the really top 5. It looks like.
Yeah, new players in the mix.
So Nick Audi, a very familiar name in EKF, somebody that you're always looking out for, is on the board in 5th place with 84.5. Ken, what's he got for a limit?
He's got some small ones. He's got an 18.75, 17.50. Those are his two biggest, and then he's got 3 16s.
We'll
So he's got he'll increase that limit for sure.
Do you think the winning limit today has a fish lower than 18?
Probably not.
Yeah, I
would say probably not.
So looking at this, he has I would say a minimum of 4 fish.
Yeah, and it all depends though too, right? Because you do have days where the morning bite it's on, right? Or you find we were talking about Jake maybe holding on to his fish until he had a moment, but we looked at the times, and he could very well have just rolled up on a pot of bigger caliber fish out there, because his upload times are not, usually when you see this, like let's see, Nick just kind of put all these up at once, 10:05, 10:06, 10:07, 10:04, 10:08, so he probably caught those, and that's what a lot of people do. Some people call it sandbagging. It's really not sandbagging. It's when you
not
wait
this
like
early.
No, it's when you wait all day. Like when you're on that early bite, last thing you want to do is upload them all. So that's probably what Nick did, but Jake here. Jake's uploads, he's got 9:03, 9:08, 9:14, 9:17, and then he just put one up at 10:02. So Jake looks like he might have actually found a school of bigger caliber fish and uploaded them. So that can happen, you know what I mean? But then the opposite can happen too, where just, the fish are biting and then just all of a sudden they're not. Or the bigger caliber fish are biting and then they stop and then you're catching little fish. So, I would say, the leader's going to have all 18 plus inch bass in their limit, but there are those days where that might not happen, or they they have a couple 17s. Jake has 2 17s right now. Maybe they get they get like a 21 or something. But beyond that, somebody's nipping at Jake's heels. Todd Dyer has 86.5 in third, but Matt Zapala just jumped up into second with 89 even.
Yep.
He's got 2 over 18. He's got 3 over 17. So
the interesting piece will be also is, a lot of places, a lot of tournaments, you typically see that sort of mad rush at the beginning. This tournament, I think, maybe a little different because of the start time, but it's not uncommon to see that rush of the morning bite and then that 10 o'clock sort of lull. But when you're fishing for when you're fishing the patterns that it seems like these guys are, where you're looking for those schools, those patterns can play all day, and they can, and you can find yourself moving from spot to spot and discovering a school of them that maybe wasn't there before, or just kind of moved in overnight.
Yeah, of course. The fish here are chasing bait. I mean, that's what they're feeding. They're chasing bait. So, you might have a spot that yesterday the bait was there and the fish were there, and then the bait moved off, and or the opposite. You're in a spot where there was no bait the day before, and now today you show up and there's bait and there's big bass, or maybe there was little bass and now there's big bass. So everything changes on a fishery like this. It can change hour to hour. The morning could be different from the afternoon. I mean, or it just could be lights out all day. Could be garbage all day too.
Could be.
I mean, that happens as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, this leaderboard's going to change a lot.
It sure is.
I don't know if Jake will hang on to the lead all day.
Jeez, I think three quarters of an inch is tough for this early to kind of. And
right.
Honestly, I don't think Jake probably isn't satisfied with that either. But the piece that's going to be interesting to see is a lot of these places, especially with smallmouth. I know of a few areas on this lake that even if you've had a strong morning bite, these smallmouth are cycling through all day, right? Like there's a few places that I know of on Winnipesaukee that historically have had fish that just kind of roam. They kind of just do laps, and they come up on these flats, and to your point, Ken, they are chasing bait, and so they're gonna go where the bait goes. And there are times, there are days where there's just like a nonstop, bait it's running and the fish are chasing them, and throughout the day. So even if the bite calms down in a particular area for now, in an hour or two those fish come back, maybe even some new fish go to that area, some larger fish replenish. It's gonna be cool to see, and these smallmouth are so aggressive. And if folks are watching at home and they've never caught smallmouth, if they've never fished for smallmouth, if you look at to Ken's point earlier, the frequency of these catches in the relatively, for most of the tournament fishing, it's kind of like what we're hoping for. Fun fishing, it's the day that you dream of, right? Where it's every few minutes a new fish. And in some of these, you're seeing like the 4 to 5 minute intervals between the fish, and that's only because they got to measure and photograph the fish, maybe put a new bait on, And another thing around here is how often you retie your line. I think it's critical, especially in tournament fishing. I don't think that gets spoken about enough in general, but here you have a lot of rocks, you have a lot of obstacles that a lot of things that your line is scraping on every time you throw it down there. If you're fishing a hump, if you're fishing a rock, sometimes just the direction of, you throw a couple times to one side of the rock, turn around, throw it, these boulders out here, you throw to the other side. It's possible the fish aren't seeing it, but each time, your bait or if you're fishing a drop shot, the weight is making contact with the rock, the where your hook is, and we're using light line in these deep fishing patterns, right? These
some of you do.
I don't use as light as most people. I'm 10 pound, and that's the lowest I'll go.
I'm 12, and that's light for me.
It's light, and some of these guys, it doesn't matter if it's a drop shot or even a Ned rig. Like some of the weights that are being put on line is heavier than I would say. I'd say normal, but like when you're fishing deeper, you can fish with those smaller weights, but that's how long the bait takes to get down there. And if you're fishing 100 feet, fish is suspended in 40, the 1/8 ounce weight,
right?
That's a lot of time. And sometimes the fish will come up. Yeah, sometimes they need it right there.
Right, and it's a lake like this where there is a lot of boat traffic. It's going to create current. Wind is another factor, creates current. So you want a heavier weight, especially if you're fishing very, very deep. You want a heavier weight because waiting for that bait to go down it's torture for one if you're the angler. But at the same time, you get out of position. That fish could move as well, because a lot of these are moving fast. Especially if you see them in like a pod of bass that are on the hunt for bait fish. They are in and out so quickly that if you throw a very light drop shot weight, by the time it even gets around there, those fish are gone.
Yeah.
So you definitely want something that's a bit heavier. You'll lose a lot of them. Like me, I always grab a lot of weights. You know what I mean? Like I'll always grab. Especially if you're on forward face and you're looking for fish, you're actively looking for those fish that are cruising. You grab the line, you forget to flip the bail. You see one on the screen, and you just you hear that big snap.
Yeah.
Damn. There goes another ½ ounce tungsten weight.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things that come into play. I mean, with every kind of tournament, but especially this one.
I think the part that's like the variables in terms of like your equipment and stuff. To your point, the bail being one. I think that's probably maybe the most classic. I think mistake that I've made many times. Probably most anglers do as well. I think the other though that comes into play here when you're talking about drop shot fishing. Or finesse, fishing anything finesse style in deep water is the, a lot of us use the braid to fluoro leaders or even mono, but it's a knot, right? It's a knot connecting two lines that can be a variable. That's another thing you have to look out for. And in the wind, to your point, light line, even braided line in general, in my opinion, seems to get caught up in that wind easier. Mm-hmm. I've had times where retrieving, braided line gets hooked in, and even like my tackle keeper on my rod, right? That can take little, just it's friction on the line throughout the day that can wear it out. And so you have to keep an eye on that. You have to keep an eye on your bait. And then there's times where you use the heavier weights because of the wind, because of the depth of water you're fishing, and it turns out the bait's going by the fish too fast. They're not getting a chance to see it. There's times of the year, and some of these guys are probably on schools that are aggressive, and then others that are they have the more apprehensive fish that need a little persuading, right? Like need that bait dancing in front of their face, twitching it, or honestly, the fish that, then there's also the fish that just like to see a dead stick bait sitting there, right? Like the movement, just for whatever reason, it's like, oh, I know that's, I don't know. I like to think they know that's a bait, but maybe not. And then, once it gets to the bottom, they just can't resist it. It's all those little things that these guys have to figure out and maintain, right? It's a lot to keep track of, and it's easy to lose sight of one of those critical pieces that can result in losing a big fish or landing a big fish and being in the money or not.
Oh, yeah. Then other things like using the correct identifier. Which
I didn't know we were gonna go there.
It's timely. It's timely.
Yeah.
Mike Morcone this morning had a fish denied for having the wrong identifier card, but Anthony Campbell had an extra. He went to him, got it from Anthony, and Mike just jumped up into 6th place.
Well, shout out to Anthony.
84 and shout out to Anthony. Exactly.
Showing what this community is about. Anthony, without hesitation, went to help Mike this morning and left the spot. Anthony was in the running. He had fish on the board early.
I believe he was in first. No, he was in second. He was in second. Yes.
But regardless, this is I think it speaks volumes to the kayak fishing community and what I enjoy about it the most. If this was, or at least based on my experience fishing bass boat events, if you were to find yourself in a similar situation, I wouldn't feel too confident that folks would leave their spot and start heading towards you to help. And Anthony did that this morning. A huge thank you to Anthony, and honestly, a huge shout out to Mike as well, because we've seen mistakes like this in the past. Like some of those, I don't want to say silly or simple. I think they're simple mistakes that in the scheme of preparing for an event, getting everything ready, just doing your due diligence, it's easy to miss those little things, those things that you see an identifier and you're like, okay, I have it, or you get the code wrong. I think the big challenge in a situation like that, you called him this morning and you could hear that he was a little panicked, a little discouraged maybe, but he stayed in it. And I think that's the key is like, if you use the wrong identifier on one of our events, you're not disqualified, but the fish will not count. Right. And so shout out to Mike for keeping his head in the game, having the confidence to keep fishing. And here he is in 6th place. Recovered from that really well. It was an early mistake. He has plenty of time to recover from it. And now he has a limit of 84 inches.
Yeah, and I believe he had a 16. I don't know what he had. I know he had a 16 on the board early when I looked. Now his smallest is 16.25. Yeah, so he actually, he didn't lose anything that, would have helped him. It's not like he lost a 20. That would have been tough. That's always tough if you lose a giant fish. But
it seems like his pattern's getting better then as the day goes, which could be huge.
And he won. He won in 2022, and he's fishing the same area, the same general area, and he's fishing offshore, obviously. So.
What do you think what do you think his strategy is in terms of bait he's throwing or approach? I know we spoke to him. We did an interview with him yesterday.
Yeah, he's probably throwing drop shot, maybe Ned. But he's out there doing the finesse thing.
Seeing a lot of drop shot baits on kayaks today. There's no doubt about that. What's interesting is everybody's go-to is a little different, right?
Yeah. It's going to be a while. I mean, before we see some big moves. I think, again, this was similar to Sagandaga, our great Sagandaga event, where you see a lot of guys at the top. They get up there quickly, and then once they're there, it's harder for them to increase their limit, But the people below them, they're the ones that are going to start making a lot of moves. The guys that don't have a limit right now, they're going to, you get one of those guys who puts up a 20 and 19 or something, and all of a sudden they're in the mix, but then they're in that same group of people where now it's harder for them to upgrade. So I don't think we'll see a lot of changes here at the top for a little bit anyway.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting too. We are fishing longer today. So we had a later start, so you missed some of that morning bite. But we are fishing until 3:30, which is that gives that kind of, because there is that lull in the middle, and typically our tournaments end at 2, so the bite tends to die off around 10 a.m. Until about 1, and it might pick up again a little bit at the end. It
does seem to, right? The last hour.
Yeah, right. And I mean that's because the day is getting a little bit later. But to see, to see what's going to happen between, the difference between 2 p.m. and 3:30, that's going to be interesting. Because I think at that point, you're going to see some changes. You're going to have guys are going to be able to fish docks a little bit longer. The fish are going to move up under the docks. Might be big ones, maybe little ones. The largies love docks. At this lake, I don't know where they go. Do they go into the docks? Do they go into the weeds? But you're going to have more time for those fish to position themselves in places like that. So, you get somebody who's in Baltimore area where there are the largemouth, and, they'll have more time to hit the docks and maybe get a good one.
Yeah, and
it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, we're approaching that time where the sun is getting to about its highest point.
Usually around 10 a.m. is when the fish, at least in my experience in Massachusetts, that's where I have the most experience, obviously. But around 10 a.m. that's on a hot day, a sunny day. That's typically when you see the fish start to move under the docks.
The bite shift a little bit.
And then as the day goes on, it just, again, you hit that lull, but you have a better chance of getting a big one.
Yeah, and
the
we
longer
also
the day
see
goes.
at 10 o'clock, around this time, the smallmouth bite does tend to shift, if not slow down altogether, right? Like you see some fish. But one of the things that I was thinking about as we were going through this, like most tournament days, an 89 3/4 inch limit, is a pretty, you feel like you did a pretty solid job. And as somebody who's been in this situation more than me, Ken, what's it like? Like what the challenge is mentally when you've already had a decent day, but it's only 10:25 and people are within 3/4 of an inch. That in the few times that I have found myself in the running, I've learned to realize that, like, while we sit here and kind of look at people and be like, oh, good for them, they must be pumped. The feeling for me was the opposite. It was like, oh crap. Yeah. Right? Like you have 89 3/4. I don't think many people feel like they have a tournament wrapped up at 10 o'clock, regardless of when it starts. So what do you think? What are the challenges for people like Jake and Matt Zapala right now, who, those two are close to each other, but third place is 2.5 inches back.
Yeah, I mean the mental game is probably the biggest challenge that every angler has, and every angler handles it differently. Yeah. Some are just, they have the I won't say ego, but the confidence to just, it doesn't affect them at all.
Yeah.
Some people like me, I tend to stress out a little bit more. But yeah, you put up 89.75 right off the bat, and then you hit a wall. Right. And yeah, there's people right there. They're nipping at your heels. You know what I mean? They're how does that affect me? It would put a little bit of stress on me, but at the same time, it's early. So I would know that, okay, I got plenty of time, and it also, for some people, it's going to give them confidence to say, you know what, maybe I abandon this pattern and maybe I go swinging for the fences, right? Because if I do have a largemouth area, or maybe they start throwing a big swim bait, they are looking for that more elusive 20+ inch caliber smallmouth. So it's going to be different for every person. The people that tend to spin out, more, it's going to be a problem for them, to the point where you
those
just
boats will put you over too.
and all of these guys are going to be catching fish. Like that's another problem. They're going to be catching fish nonstop.
These guys,
we're not going
to full of hammers. For sure.
We're not going to see them, because they're going to be 16s, 15s, 14s. They're not going to help them. So they're going to be out there crushing it. And every time they catch a fish that is a 14 and it's not an upgrade, what does that do to their confidence? Does it just eat away at it, erode at the foundation of, that confidence? And, I don't know these guys as well as I know some of the others. So it'll be interesting to see. You know what I mean? I think maybe Jake, with so much experience here on the lake, it's probably not going to affect him.
He's found himself here before.
Yeah, he's probably fine.
So let me ask you this, though. So the other piece is the mental game, right? The other variable that we don't talk about a lot is if you're Jake, or if you're in Jake's spot right now, are you checking the leaderboard, or are you head down fishing?
Yeah, there are people that say they don't check the leaderboard ever, and to me, I'm like, I don't understand it. I don't understand it, because being able to see, that's a different variable that we have, or it's something that we have as anglers that can tell us a lot about what's going on.
Yeah.
It could also negatively affect you. Say you think you're doing well, you got, like, for instance, our Waukee event, you know what I mean? I caught a fish and I was like, oh, this is gonna put me up to the top, and then I look and I'm like, oh crap, it didn't do anything for me. So it could have for certain people, it could have a negative effect. But I don't know.
I mean, check it myself.
Yeah, I don't know how people don't check it, because it is a tool, and it is a useful tool. And especially if you know some of these anglers and you know how they fish, it gives you a little insight. It's not always going to be correct, but it's going to give you a little bit of insight. Like, okay, I know that this guy's throwing a drop shot in deep water. And again, it could be wrong.
Oh, you go that in depth?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can. I mean, you know what I mean?
Do you think that's good time spent?
No, not necessarily, because again, it could be incorrect. But it gives you something that maybe you could try. Like, okay, maybe I'll go offshore a little bit, try the drop shot. You know, so it's all kinds of things. But I like to see how other people are doing in the event, because say I'm at a spot where I am catching fish, but I'm catching those 15-inch caliber fish. And, you know, there is that don't leave fish to find fish, right? Well, those are fish, right? But they're not helping me, right? Even if I do catch a limit of 16s, well, where's that going to put me? 20th place?
So do you look and see if, like, maybe... if you looked at something like this, but you're kind of, if you're in the mindset of, okay, my plan going in today was get a limit, even if they're all 15s, get that limit on the board, go swinging for the fences. If you see in the pictures, maybe in a presentation that's similar to yours, but you see a bait that you hadn't thrown yet, that could present a challenge too, right? Like maybe they are here, and the bait selection's wrong.
That's a tough one because that could be a decoy bait. You know what I mean? That would not surprise me.
I was just gonna say,
I don't know if I would trust that one, because I know
I've thrown a DK.
We'll talk about a local
bait.
tournament. But Don Davis was fishing, and he was throwing a drop shot, and I remember Bruce Levy drove by him, and he picked up the rattle trap, and he was in the lead.
Good for Don.
And then Bruce picked up the rattle trap. And that's not what Don was throwing.
And Don got one more that day.
So I was like, oh, okay, that's slick. All right. I typically don't do that. You know what I mean?
I will say I clear the bait out of the picture.
It would not surprise me if there's some anglers out there that put a bait there on the deck that they are absolutely not fishing, and it's for that specific purpose. Because on one side you can absolutely gain some knowledge here. But then if you are an angler that is maybe a little bit more competitive people, you can use it to throw people off as well.
Well, I'll say for me, when it's the few times that I've been fortunate enough to be in the in the top 10 and just having a good day, or in the event of all in pop back, and I went by, I think it was Steve Smith, and he told me I was in second, and I thought he was messing with me.
It wasn't hard to get into second place at that one.
For me though, it's like another, like, I already have the mental battle, right? Like there's those days where you catch fish in a certain stretch, you're doing well, at least in the moment, and you have to make that tough decision. Like, do I keep going down this shoreline, or is there something about this spot that's holding them there? And when I look at the leaderboard and I see differences or something that's like a total opposite approach, like if I'm fishing shallow for largemouth and I'm looking at the person that's closest to me, or if I'm in first place and I see people like catching up to me and I see, oh, they're fishing deep and I'm fishing shallow, it does make you wonder, should I be switching? Should I be changing tactics? Is this bite dead now? Or in those mental games, in the times, and I've been fortunate enough to win an event, and the limit that I put up was within the first couple hours. I made the mistake of checking the leaderboard as I was putting them up. I knew I was putting up good fish, but it did drive me to look, and it was a very stressful day compared to a nice solid mid-pack finish.
Yeah, it depends on there's a lot of things that come into play, and how you utilize that knowledge, being able to see what other people are doing. You could be fishing offshore, and I can go out there and do the exact same thing right next to you and not catch anything, right? Because I'm not doing something very subtle. You're twitching it a certain way, you're dead sticking it a little bit longer. All these things come into play. I mean, how often does that happen where the people who won a tournament tell you what they want it on, and you were like, I threw that all day long.
Yep.
Like the same, and it's the same color, it's over the same stuff, you know what I mean? But again, they were just doing something a little bit differently. They were again, retrieving it a little bit slower.
It can be just luck too, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but but there are times. I mean, in Massachusetts, it's like we fish very small lakes, 200-300 acre lakes. We got 25 guys on it. And it's the same across the whole lake. And you'll be fishing very close to somebody that is catching fish right in front of you.
Yeah.
And you're like, what in the world is going on? We're both throwing a frog. We're both throwing a frog. What is the difference, right? And you never know. So it's almost like, even though you do have access to this data, that's what it is, it's data, right?
It's data, yeah.
And the insight into what these anglers may be doing, it's in a lot of regards, it could be just completely useless for you, right. Or it could be a detriment to you if you do try to start copying what you think they're doing. So it's all situational, right? If you have exhausted everything, that to do at a certain body of water and you've got nothing, yeah, I mean, look at if you look at a photo and you see a purple Senko sitting there on the deck. I mean, if you have a purple Senko, I don't have.
I used to keep a pink Senko as a joke.
But those will work.
I heard that too. That's why I stopped.
But yeah, I mean, it's all again situational. So it just depends on the angler and the what's happening in that particular moment.
It's true. The tough part.
It's tough. There's a lot that goes into fishing. It's like there are a lot of people out there that think fishing is just kind of it's nothing to it, right?
Right. But, you hear that.
We know that, right? Yeah. There is a lot that goes into it. There's a lot involved. There's a lot of and that is a big. It's a big difference between the people that do okay and the people that do great or that are consistent are the people that understand that to a greater extent.
Sure.
All of the variables that come into play, and they're not just out there casting. You see that a lot. The guys just are out there, they're bank beating, throwing a spinnerbait over and over again, maybe throwing a Senko, but they're not really thinking about anything else. They're just casting and winding, and they'll do good. They'll do good from time to time. But the people who are more consistent are the people that understand that all of those variables come into play, and they understand when to utilize some things and when not to utilize some things, and but yeah, it's a complicated sport, and
it totally is. And you all. What's funny is just the difference between preferences and mindset is the things that you listed as positives or strengths for the data are the things that at least on the water in like while I'm fishing, all of those things and the possibilities of say a decoy bait. Or just misinterpreting a photo is why I avoid it, because it's impossible to, I think everyone battles with like a little bit of self-consciousness when it comes to like, is my approach like the best? Although we do hear some folks, during pre-fishing think they have it, and sometimes they do. I think just the percentages in tournament fishing say like more often you don't, but like, it can be a little like when you start seeing other people get on the leaderboard, work their way up, put up a 19.5, and you see there's something you see on their deck, and it's like, oh, I don't have that, or I didn't put that on this morning. Maybe I should switch to it. All of that, if nothing else, all of that thought, debate, it's all time, right? Like even if it turns out to be right, like you are looking at your phone, if you're looking at the leaderboard, you're looking through the pictures, that's also time. So like it's amazing. It's amazing to me how fast an 8-hour tournament can go by, especially when you're in it, right? When you're in it and you need time to slow down, it never does. But I think those points that you made are great, and like the idea that some people think it's like just kind of luck, like we're just casting out and there's the fish. And a lot, it's easy to get that impression from YouTube videos and such. But I'm sure, like most others, I've been in the situation where folks ask me about fishing. Or they'll say something either to get me going or not that just says, like, wasn't fishing just kind of luck? And then I proceed to give them way more information about fishing than they ever actually wanted, and their eyes are glazing over. One of my favorite things to do on purpose and that I do accidentally often. But, there is a lot more than that. And when you add, and tournament day just adds, infinite more of those variables, and with the pressure and stress to go with it, it can be, at least it has been for me, a huge obstacle that I don't get past for the rest of the day, right? If you're seeing in the first hour, you see 90 inches put up and your pre-fishing stunk, in your first hour you have no fish, like that can be a blow in and of itself.
Yeah.
We do see some anglers just call it a day early.
Oh, I used to quit early days tournament fishing.
That early? How early?
Oh, I would leave. It just depended. I've left tournaments 9 a.m. before.
Is it because you see the fish put up that like you're no way you're going to find them?
I mean, back then I kind of viewed tournament fishing as just like fun, right? Like I wasn't going there to win. And I've talked about this before. This was in 2018 when I flipped my kayak at the national championship. Almost died, and I was like, all right, I'm done with the tournaments. And then, my wife smartly said, why don't you try winning? And so that kind of shit, really, honestly, like I'm not going down to these stupid tournaments anymore just to have fun and die, right? And she was like, well, why don't you try winning? And it's like, oh, that's
that's cold.
Not a bad idea. I know, right? I mean, She wasn't that cold. It wasn't that straight. But in a nutshell, that's what she said. And so after that, that's when I kind of shifted my perspective and did start. Let me take this a little bit more seriously. But prior to that, yeah, I mean, and you'll see some people leave today. That are in it. They're in it to have fun, and they're not doing that well, and they'll leave. I would leave tournaments. But
these
pretty early.
Our tournaments in particular, though, a lot of people. I think it's a little more challenging to do that. You travel. A lot of people have traveled further. There's more of a, we're not a local trail. Our tournaments are a little bit larger of an investment, right? And so,
of course, that didn't stop me.
No, it's never stopped me either.
That didn't stop me. Toledo Bend. Let's go down. I was catching like 12 inches on Toledo Bend. Wow, that was brutal.
But I think the boat traffic today, I think will. I don't know. It's amazing how $150 can seem like a lot, and then you get into whatever happens during the day, whether it be a boater or your line snaps, or I've had many days where the rod and reel I'm planning on using for a majority of the day or to get me those fish, immediately has a malfunction, and I'm putting it on the disabled list for the rest of the day, and it does kind of, you just lose that structure in your mind of what you're going to be doing, and then that jet skier comes by and does a nice, tandem figure eight with his buddy in front of you, and it's like, oh, good. So yeah, it's just a lot, and we talk about it a lot, and we talk about these variables a lot, but it's true, and I don't think these really get spoken about all that much. I think a lot of us take them for granted because we're used to it, but it's not uncommon for at least one thing to go either wrong or differently than you would expect it, like almost immediately on tournament day.
I mean, it's almost a guarantee.
It could be car trouble, could be flat tire, could be oversleeping.
I mean, it's a guarantee that something's going to go wrong out here on the water. I mean, you set the hook. How many times do you set the hook and the bait comes flying back, and now it's wrapped around 7 rods, and it's like the greatest knot ever made. It's like. And it's wind. It's like that stuff happens, at least for me, every single time. And not just once, like multiple times. So yeah, I mean, it's something's gonna go wrong out there.
Absolutely.
I don't know if there's a perfect day of fishing for any angler.
I think I'd be a little suspicious if it did. Like I'd be looking out for the drive.
Yeah, even
home,
if they win, they've had to deal with some stuff.
Oh yeah.
Out there on the water. Looks like Mike Morcone just jumped up into 4th place.
85 inches.
He called out a 16.25. I don't know
He's almost rid of his 16s. He's only got 1 16 and 3/4 left, and he's got 3 17 evens and 17 1/4.
So he's on some fish, but he might have to. He might be one of those that has to make a decision. Do you wait around that area and hope that some bigger fish move in, or do you just go on the hunt and start looking for bigger fish, because he's at 85.
And we have a general idea of where he's fishing, and it's going to get busy. So he has a decision to make.
It'll be busy. Yeah, he's fishing some main lake stuff. So he's going to be out there in the mix with all the boats and everything like that. But there's a lot of things around that area. A lot of spots that he could explore. And I'm not sure what he's fishing out there. I just know the general area. I highly doubt he's fishing just like a very specific thing. I think he's fishing, some ledges or some deeper rock piles or whatever. And those things are all over the lake.
Yeah. To some of the points we made earlier, in talking to some of the folks we were talking about. But the idea that some of these limits are going to just be, people are just going to gradually upgrade throughout the day. A good example of that is Steve Smith has just entered the top 10, and he actually is tied with Matt Lee, but he's winning the tiebreaker of biggest fish. If you look at Steve Smith's, he has a limit of 83 inches. But what's really where the story really is here is if you look at his limit on Fishing Chaos, the early bites tended to be smaller. So he had, with the exception of the one that's caught just shy of 10 o'clock, but at 10:30, Steve Smith caught his 18-inch. He caught an 18-inch fish around 9 o'clock, 17 3/4, 9:45, 17 3/4. But his 8 o'clock fish was that 15. So it could be that his pattern and his bite is getting bigger as the day goes. Those larger fish, for whatever reason, weren't interested in feeding this morning, and now they're getting interested in it. But Steve is also a guy that we've had the opportunity to fish with a lot. We travel with him. He stays with us. He's a great guy. But we've heard from him a lot that he's really buckling down and putting in the time of learning the forward-facing sonar, and he's determined to fish deep, and it looks like it's paying off here.
Paying off, yeah. I mean, he's got a 14, so a 14-incher. He gets another 18, and it's going to put him up there in the 87 inches.
We got a new leader. Not to cut Steve's time off, but we got a new leader on the board.
New leader, Matt Zapala, 90 inches even.
To what we were saying earlier, like if Jake wasn't feeling the pressure, he's feeling it now.
Oh, yeah.
And that, when we look at this, it's easy for us to look at this and be like, hey, it's just a quarter of an inch, big deal, like go get one. But how many times have you been stuck in a situation where that quarter inch is the most stubborn quarter inch?
But you look at it, though, if you compare, so he's got 90 inches, right? And his smallest now is a 17 and a half. He's got a 17.75, but his three biggest are 18.25, all three of them. And if you look at Jake has an 18 and a half. He's got two 18s, and then he's got a 17.75 and a 17.50. So Jake has basically three 18s and two 17s, just like Matt, but Matt's are bigger. And Matt has two 17s that he can increase. He can cull out with bigger fish. So, that says, and again, we're speculating here, but that says that Matt is in an area with some bigger caliber fish.
Yeah.
Even though it's a quarter inch, you know what I mean?
But that 18 and a quarter was the one that was just caught, so they're getting bigger.
Jake hasn't upgraded in a bit, and now Matt did submit everything a while ago after he came out of nowhere, and now he's just upgraded again. Todd Dyer also just upgraded. Yeah. Didn't move him anywhere. He's still in third, but he upgraded. I'm not sure what he called out, but it looks like he put up a 17 and a half.
But we know Jake has a real. I think the challenge for Massapala here is he seems to be on the fish, but the challenge for him, I think, is going to be where the difference could be made is we know Jake has a long history here. He has a huge knowledge of this lake. Where Jake's advantage could be in this situation is the backup plans, right? What we could be seeing, Jake could be moving now, we don't know.
Yeah.
But the gap between catches and submissions could be an indication that he's moving on to his second point. Jake is a guy that we've heard the stories about he's not afraid to make a run, a long run, and even if even in previous tournaments here. We've talked to him, and his first run in the morning has taken up the first 2 hours of the day.
Yeah.
And that takes confidence, number one.
I believe that he did that at the 10, if I recall correctly. When he was in the last time KBF had the 10, was it the 10 or the national champ? Maybe it might have been the national champ. Either way, one of the bigger national events. I think he made like a 3-hour run there and back, something like that. It was crazy.
That's crazy.
And he had like 2 hours to fish. That's bass boat stuff.
Bass boat stuff. That's
you don't really see that. You don't really see that in kayaks because we don't have the range. So to make a 3-hour run, I mean, you have to throttle back, right? You can't go full steam,
right?
So it might not have been as far, as you would think with a 3-hour run. But I mean, if he had to go like 3 miles an hour,
that takes a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't 3 miles an hour and anyway, that wouldn't add up. The math would be bad on that, right?
Our math is not a strong suit.
But either way, the point is he made a very long run, sacrificed a lot and that's not something that you would see a lot of the kayak anglers do. You see a lot of them, they just start fishing.
Yeah.
They launch, they start fishing. They don't even make a 15-minute run.
Yep.
A lot of these guys, we have an early launch, 30 minutes. Same with the local events. We got a little bit of a 15-minute launch. A lot of them won't even launch. You know what I mean? They got the time, but they won't. They'll get on the water at lines in pretty much and just start fishing.
Not a bad strategy either, though.
Of course, sometimes, right? Of course, yeah. I mean, there are some spots that are right next to the ramp that are great, and a lot of people overlook them.
Absolutely.
I fished an event in Maine a couple of years ago, and I'd never been there, so I did no pre-fishing. So I did that, right? It looked great right at the ramp. Everybody went out to the main lake, and when I finally stood up, when it got a little bit lighter, I looked down and there were giant smallies on beds everywhere where we launched,
Just lucked out.
And yeah, I lucked out. I mean, and then I left the area. I made the mistake of leaving the area and coming back and realizing there were even more that I hadn't seen.
Yeah.
But I did all right. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that overlook certain things. So, but again, most people aren't going to be making those long
Right.
runs.
Jumping back to Jake and Matt here, I think the interesting piece in comparing their limits, only being separated by a 1/4 inch, Jake has an 18.5, which is larger than any fish
Correct.
that Massapala has. And that can sometimes be, that larger fish can sometimes be the biggest challenge of your day, is getting that one, even if it is just a 1/4 inch. I think it'll take more this time. Mm-hmm. But if you look at the limits, and this is just one perspective, and it's true, basically true until it isn't, but it does, with the 18.5, Jake does have a bit of an advantage because it's going to take less for him to upgrade, right?
Correct.
And 18.25 gets him a 1/4 inch, right? Or 18.25 gets him an additional 3/4 of an inch, because you'd be calling a 17.5. So it's like these little things.
I'll take your word for it. That sounds like math to me.
Don't even check that math, but it's close. It's just close. So it's going to be easier for Jake to, theoretically. I mean, by the numbers, it's going to be easier for Jake to make up that 1/4 inch ground and potentially even take another 1/4 inch lead. We could see that leapfrog throughout the day, and we could, very easily see Mike Marcone, Todd Dyer jump into that race. But I'm really, to go back to Steve for a minute, I'm really curious to watch his limit as it evolves throughout the day, because of how it's shaping up now. And if he can get on, if he can get more of those 18s and get 5 of them, all of a sudden Steve is in this picture. And Steve is in that race between the top 3 and definitely in the top 5. So that's just really cool to see. And it seems like the bite in general is not really fast and furious, but it's steady.
But here's the thing, though, is I bet it is. But they're not catching upgrades.
That's a great point, right? We have a limited view here.
At least the people at the top, because I do think we still have, and this is actually surprising.
Oh, so we can see their culls.
We only have 12 limits, which again, that's surprising to me.
So we could have a sandbagger.
We could, but also it could be tougher than we expected.
Yep.
Or these guys are fishing areas where maybe there aren't an abundance of smaller fish, right? Maybe they are fishing offshore, right? You're going to find a lot of the smaller fish more shallow than some of the others. So maybe these guys are fishing deep. But Ben Bornhorst posted a picture early in the morning. He was looked like a weedy cove of some sort. He's actually got 2 largemouth on the board. They're small.
They're small, but they're largemouth.
Yeah. They're largies, and I think that might be the only largies that I have seen so far. Either way, this is going to be a close event. I don't think anybody's going to run away with it. Probably going to maybe see some ties. Mike Marcone, another upgrade, just a 1/4 inch. So he's now got a full bag of 17s.
Scratching his way up, though.
He's got 4 17s on the nose. So yeah, he's still. He's about 2.25 inches behind Todd Dyer, but currently 4th place. He's in the money. We haven't seen any upgrades from Steve Hedges or Nick Audi. Anthony Campbell has been down at 44 for a while.
Something just moved. I'm trying to see where it was. But we have.
That's the great thing about Fishing Chaos is the live leaderboard. It's constantly updating, and it's not a ticker. You can see it live. You know what I mean? As soon as it hits the
you can see something shift. You don't always see what it is.
You don't have to wait for it to scroll by again. So it's a great little feature.
I see the Richardsons are on the board. John and Judy Richardson. What was the line now? They're also from New Hampshire natives. I'm gonna say.
You're very fond of those two.
Well,
from the last broadcast.
Well, they're from New Hampshire. They fish this lake a lot.
No, they are great people.
I know their son fishes a lot of tournaments, and so I'm sure they're very familiar with this area. And that's something that their bite might be starting slow, but they could be working their way up through it today. I would definitely keep my eye on them. But those are the folks that towards the bottom that are just getting their first fish up. It just may be a slow start, or maybe now they're figuring something out. But you just can't count anybody out at this point.
Yeah, again, those are the people that are going to make the more significant moves as the day goes on. And those people that are kind of out of the top 10 right now, especially the people that don't have limits, or like Steve, we talked about Steve Smith. He has 3 decent fish, and then he has two small fish. What's he? I think what was his smallest? A 13, 14.
Yeah, and if you look like Dylan Miller,
14 incher.
Dylan Miller in 18th place. He only has 2 fish, but they're 17.5, and we're seeing a lot of 17s, 17 pluses in the top 10, top 5. So
it takes a few more of those, and all of a sudden these folks are in the picture. Tyler Sweet's down there. He's got some fish. He's in 16th. He's got 3 fish, but they're in the 16s. Like, he gets on a bite with some 17s, and he's in the picture. It's, it's closer than it appears with folks that don't have a limit. It doesn't take much, and we've seen the abundance of 15s and 16s, and those things go a long way when you're filling out that limit. So it'll be curious to see it'll be cool to see how that develops.
Right. And then you got to think about it, as the day goes by. Maybe you are out offshore, not catching fish, don't have a limit, but you need Angler of the Year points, right? So you move in shallow, and now you fill out your limit with some 15s. That's gonna it'll put people up there. It's not going to put them in the money or anything like that, but points matter, especially since our second event of the season was canceled. We took a gamble on going into Pennsylvania, deep into Pennsylvania. Raystown Reservoir looked like a great fishery, a very unknown fishery. We did a lot of research on it, and we thought it was going to be a fantastic event, but unfortunately, the signups weren't there.
They weren't there.
People, I guess, just weren't willing to travel an extra, couple of hours to fish an EKF event. So we had one person signed up, which is a little disappointing. And personally, I think it would have turned out to be a fantastic event. I would love to go fishing in that place, and I hope we do have the chance to go there someday. But it looked excellent. It looked like a fishery that belonged down south.
Yeah, they sure did.
It looked like a highland
it's the
reservoir.
opposite of Winnie in Sagandaga to an extent, right? Like, it's a lot of laydowns, a lot of shorelines.
Right.
It's tough to know the water clarity not being there, but it kind of looked like you could get into some of those murkier spots. But definitely weeds, definitely structure.
It had a lot to offer.
Yeah.
I know some people were excited, and unfortunately we had to cancel that. So this is our second AOY event of the year. We've had to adjust our so it's our your best 3 out of 4 events for Angler of the Year. Currently, of course, that is Jake Angelis. It is interestingly enough, it's still showing him in first for Angler of the Year, and I do not know why. Is he taking the lead? No, Matt Zapala.
But he also won the first event.
It depends. So non-members will not get Angler of the Year points.
That's correct, yes.
So, but it would surprise me if Zapala wasn't a member.
And so for folks that don't know, the Angler of the Year is important, but there's an Angler of the Year race that folks go for. There's a trophy at the end of the year, but also folks are looking to qualify for our championship event this year as well. So the top 50 in Angler of the Year standings will qualify, and then the top 5 from each event also get an automatic bid to our championship. So multiple ways to get in, but an Angler of the Year focus is one that I think most people aim for when it comes to qualifying.
Right.
So you know, putting those fish on the board, even the smaller ones, get you points, and they bump you up a couple spots. That can be huge.
So I figured out the problem. I'm a dummy. You just had to refresh the page. So currently, Jake Angelis is in first place in our Angler of the Year standings with 1,194 points. So he's up there. And we got Nick Audi in second. That's not a surprise.
Tied
with Matt Zapala with 1,152 points. And then from there, Anthony Campbell, Ben Bornhorst, Ray Morales, Matt Lee, Jonathan Richardson, Todd Dyer. It looks like we got a 3-way tie here for 9th. Todd
That'll
Dyer,
be resolved
Dylan Miller, Tyler Sweet. So, yeah.
Still early in the season, but it's also cool to just keep up with that and see how people play it. We also have a drop event. We drop anglers get to drop one event, so that's why we're saying best 3. And some anglers choose to take that drop and skip a tournament, save themselves a little bit of travel, a little bit of money, time with the family, whatever. And others, take the approach of fish all of them, drop the lowest one.
Right.
Because if you don't fish one event, if you decide to skip one, you can't have an off event from there. You have to be
huge
on.
gamble. Huge gamble by skipping an event when there's only one drop. But it'll come down to, Jake's got a healthy lead over these guys. What's that? 44 points. Again, don't trust my math, but
any math here on the show.
1,194 points, and then Nick and Matt have 1,152. So he's got a bit of a bump ahead of them. but it'll come down to the championship, I think. Championship on Candlewood Lake in October.
Connecticut, right?
Connecticut, yeah. That'll be a good event. I mean, that lake has a lot of big smallmouth.
A lot of big smallmouth.
And,
we're bringing a smaller group, which is nice for anglers, right?
That time of year, I'm not so sure the forward facing will be the deal, because those fish are going to be feeding up, and so I think the guys that maybe aren't as good with forward facing, they'll be able to get right in there in the mix.
You think so? I've never fished there myself.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, that time of year. I mean, obviously it depends on the weather. I mean, are we going to have a warmer fall?
Right.
At this rate, maybe.
The fall and spring events are always a bit of a toss-up.
So, right? But if it's a cooler and a cooler fall, and those fish are eating and feeding up for the winter, I mean, you could get those giant smallies shallow. You could just beat the bank, and you could crush it. You could win it. So we'll have to see about that one, but it's definitely a fishery that, like right now, if you were to go fish Candlewood Lake, that's a lake that forward facing would be very helpful.
I feel like I've heard for that place, like midsummer. By midsummer, it's one of Connecticut doesn't have a ton of large lakes. It's also just a small state, but I've heard a lot about the pressure it gets in the summer. And so I'll be curious to see if the fall, the October timeline, if that gives some of those fish that maybe have just had a really rough summer, if it gives those fish enough time to kind of recover and get back, to being interested in biting again by that fall. But it really does, to your point, depend on if we have a cool September, if we have a warm September. It seems like our springs have ended a little bit earlier in recent years, so it'll be curious to see. But last year we we moved our first championship in October, and the weather was pretty good. It wasn't like wasn't like that point in fall where your winter jacket on the water and bibs, but it's nice sweatshirt weather. Honestly, some of the most comfortable days to fish, but they can be challenging days to fish or to figure out patterns for, right? Because the steady cold nights that warm up, during the day, those can take a toll on the water. It takes a few days for the water to be impacted by that. But once it gets there, it can throw some fish off.
Yeah, it's that transitional time of year, so you just never know. And again, the weather, especially in Massachusetts and probably all of New England, it is, I don't even know what's going on with it.
Yeah.
The weather is drunk. I think that's the best description that I have. It is completely unpredictable. Like I don't know what's going on. It's colder, it's in June. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's cold. So who knows what's going on with it?
Even in the winter, it's frigid, but no snow.
Then in the winter, we've been fishing a ton.
Yeah.
We're fishing in January. We're doing tournaments in November, December. And it's nice days,
Yeah.
So very, very strange stuff going on with the weather here. So it's crapshoot. Who knows what's going to happen?
Speaking of that, though, the one thing we didn't bring up about for this event is the last week we had a pretty miserable heat wave.
Yeah.
And do you think that's going to play in at all, or do you think we've had enough? We got here and it was kind of the tail end, a little bit tapered off from that heat wave, but still hot. And then today, I walked outside this morning for the broadcast, and it was a really nice, cool morning. And sometimes, even though it's more comfortable for us, sometimes that can throw things off.
I mean, with these deeper water lakes, I mean, sometimes the weather doesn't affect, especially the fish that sit out deeper. Doesn't have the same kind of effect because the temps down there don't fluctuate quite as much. But I mean, maybe that the colder morning in those areas like Molten Borough with the grass and the largies, that cooler night, and the warmer earlier in the week when it was warmer, that could affect them. And maybe we'll see later in the day. We'll see some big largies coming up. If those guys at that point, though, some of these guys might have abandoned those areas.
It's true. That's that is the gamble, and that can happen. One of my favorite ways to fish in morning bites, anyways, is fishing rocks where like those rocky shorelines where those rocks hold on to the heat a little bit longer, the warmth, and oftentimes you'll see, even if fish are relating deep and mostly hanging out deep, they'll come up shallow, feed, and then return. And if you can time that just right, you can get that elusive largemouth not even trying sometimes. Like in a spot where you're planning to catch a smallmouth, and all of a sudden a largemouth shows up. That's not crazy and not heard of either. So it's, I think it just speaks to the, just the variables here, and then sometimes just the sheer luck of it with the weather. So it's been really interesting to see this week, and been a really comfortable week up here actually, which these July tournaments can sometimes be like our really stale, sweaty tournaments that are not, the most comfortable, but still can make for some good fishing. So it's just curious to see how it goes here. But I think you're right with the depth. It's I believe it's a glacial lake, so it's definitely a deep water one. I think it gets well over 100 feet in some areas. Fish down that deep or even remotely close to that aren't as impacted. So. What we got? Have any movement on the leaderboard?
Not a lot. Like I said, it's we're gonna have to figure out some stuff to talk about because
there's some new faces moving up, but I got in trouble for listing somebody in 13th, so I won't mention it.
No, Jonathan Richardson.
I'll let you. I'll
do it for you. Jonathan Richardson moved up in the 13th place. He just upgraded with 17.25.
But he now has a limit. He only had one fish before.
We gotta
as I may have mentioned, he's a local.
Yeah.
Might be familiar with this lake.
We should give a shout out to our judge with Real Tournament Management because she is on top of it. That fish popped up and it went green.
There's not a lot of gray at all.
Right, in like 3 seconds. So she is on top of it. That is, in fact, if you are out there and you run a tournament organization, especially a bigger one, Amanda Brandon and Real Tournament Management have been awesome for us the past 2 years, 3 years. I think this is 3 years. 3 years. 3 years. It kind of what's good for us is that we used to fish these events. And there was some issues there with people thought it was a conflict of interest and stuff. We judged the events the first year, and we totally get that.
Absolutely.
So we moved to Real Tournament Management in 2022, I believe. And that took away our access to these events, so we don't see where people are fishing and all that stuff. And they've been great. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of pressure off of us.
It's an amazing service that the sport's needed for a while.
What we'll do is we'll go in and, we'll verify the winners and make sure there's no issues there. Matt Zapala just bumped up to 1975 out of nowhere with another 18.25. Wow. That guy is...
He's almost got a limit full of them.
Yeah.
That's going to be good.
So that's his fourth 18.25. Those are clones. But for instance, something like that is something we'd take a look at the end of the tournament. We would look at those fish and just make sure that those, 4 18.25s, you want to compare them and make sure there's no duplicates there. Because if he is fishing, say, a certain spot, there is a chance that he could catch the same fish 2 times.
Yeah.
So that's something we'll look at.
But for right now, Amanda and Real Tournament Management and her team there, the reason we're able to do this broadcast without being all over the place and disorganized is because they're handling it. What's been really amazing, though, is how reliable and responsive they are. To your point, when we were fishing the previous 2 seasons, one of the things in this sport that is extremely important for ourselves as anglers, but also for us as folks running elite kayak fishing is the integrity of our tournaments. And any sort of notion of conflicts of interest or anything like that can chisel away at the confidence in the integrity of the organization. And Amanda's team, just by judging our fish in the past couple of years, they would also remove us from access and then handle the management of not only judging but anything in the event that we needed to do, turning off the leaderboard. Right. They're a great team. They're experts in fishing chaos, which is really helpful for us. And, they do a great job of offering this service, and it makes our events run so much smoother.
Right.
Even after this broadcast, we're able to get to the awards, get set up, but focus on the event, not on those little things that would take us away from, these big things, our ability to promote our anglers, but also provide that experience. So huge thank you to them. And I think it's crazy how fast the gray stuff's going away. And if you don't know if you're looking at fishing chaos, green numbers mean that the fish are verified, judged, and confirmed. The gray means that they're up, but they're not confirmed, right? So it's at the, it may change or fluctuate a little bit. If you see a yellow, I think that's an interesting feature we don't talk about. If you see a yellow, which you don't see very often, but if you do, a yellow fish or a yellow catch or yellow digits in general means somebody has challenged the fish. And everybody is able to do that. Challenging fish just means like if somebody put it in there as a, I don't know, 18.25, but Ken's looking at it and he's like, that doesn't look like it. Ken could challenge it, or I could, or we don't tend to do it, but it's just for the sake of example. And then that just brings our attention to the fish and we'll look at it again. Sometimes it's an accidental submission of the same fish twice, which, can make a limit look really good, but
you got to be quick with it though, because and I know they're changing this. I've talked to Tom at Fishing Chaos. The challenge feature is great, but you cannot challenge a fish that has been judged.
Oh,
which is something I don't actually like. I love the app and I love all the features, but I don't like that, right?
But nobody's perfect, so
But you should be able to challenge a fish that has been judged, because judges do get it incorrect sometimes, and even real tournament management. They're humans, you know what I mean? They make mistakes, and there have been times where they've judged a fish a certain way, and we've looked at it at the end, and we've had them reverse that, or somebody has come up to us and said, "Hey, my fish was." Who knows what the it says 17 here, and they bumped it down, and we look at it and we're like, no, we think that's a 17, right?
But they got 133 fish already they've looked at. Sagandaga was over 500. That's a lot being thrown at you.
They earned their money on that one.
They sure did. But we're human beings, right? So human error is a thing, and the more they go through and the pressure of them pouring in doesn't help either, right? So it's like you want to keep up,
and you have to. I mean, that's another thing too. Is like when we were fishing the events and then judging them, we didn't look at them until the event was over. So if, for instance, you had Mike Morcone today with a bad identifier card, his very first fish was denied. And we were able to reach out to him and communicate to him, hey, you have the wrong identifier card.
Point. Yeah.
And then we called Anthony Campbell, we connected those two guys, and now he's off and he's in, fourth place.
Right, but the longer place, that fish stays up there, not noticed.
Right, and it had the whole day gone by, it might have gotten to the point where he fished all day and in third place, and then at the end we're like, all your fish are getting denied. And ironically, hate to bring this up, Mike, and I apologize, but that happened to him at the KFL event a couple of years ago. He was crushing it. We were in the lead. We would have lost anyway because one of the guys hadn't uploaded anything. But all of his fish were denied, and that was a little different. They actually approved them at first, and then somebody came in after and was like, "No, those have the wrong identifier." They denied them all. That was a roller coaster.
That was not Amanda's team, by the way.
That was not Amanda's team. No, it was not. But that's a similar situation, right?
Yeah.
They approved them, and then right before the end of the event, they denied them. So that same scenario, had we not been using real tournament management today, would have, and say we're efficient still, same thing would have happened. End of the event, we would have looked at his fish and we would have denied him all, and he would not have been happy.
That would have been fun for us or anybody. We've had to do it a couple times. It's heartbreaking. We know what it's like, and we know what it's like to have a good day, and then to have that good day just totally sort of dismissed. It's tough.
Ray Morales in the top 5
inches.
Now. He's got 2 17-inch upgrades. We could take a quick glance at those and see 11-10 and 11.
Yes, we've got unjudged 17 up there.
Nope, they look like 2 different fish to me at a glance. So, but that's the type of thing that we'll do at the end of an event, right? We'll look at the guys who are in the top, and if they have a couple 17s, we'll take a look at them. We'll look at all of them either way. But obviously, you're not going to think a 17-incher is the same fish as an 18-incher. Although I would suggest looking at the tail to make sure nobody cut the tail, which happened in one of our local tournaments a couple years ago.
Well, if you've been following the sport for a while, there has been a variety of I don't want to say this to give them credit, but creative ways to manipulate photos, manipulate fish, manipulate the appearance of fish.
So we look at everything. Yes, we will look at everything, but just to verify, and then of course, we do have a protest period. So even though a fish has been submitted, what do we got here?
So as we were talking about earlier, about the identifier, having the right identifier code. Unfortunately, we're seeing 3 fish denied here. because of just a code on paper.
Who is that? Oh well, let's not.
I wasn't gonna say.
Don't. Yeah,
but we are seeing it.
We're not gonna say that on air. But apparently that has happened.
But speaking of cool things to see in pictures, though, something we haven't we touched on in our captain's meeting and in podcast previously, but a new cool addition to I guess measuring devices approved by Elite Kayak Fishing for this tournament. This will be the first tournament you will see the Yak Attack leaderboard being used. If you're not sure what that is, or if you're unfamiliar, you can take a look at Jonathan Medina. He's in 22nd place at the moment. Has some ground to make up in terms of the fish size, but he is using that new leaderboard. And to be honest, I really am very impressed with how it looks in these pictures. We had, John and Ken got an opportunity to try these out for a few times, like a couple weeks leading up to. We took our time to approve it. We anticipated it. We also recognize the three of us are on Yak Attack's fishing team. So we're a little biased, but we wanted to take some time to see, how it was rolling out, how people were reacting to it. If, because they send it out to us and they want us to test it. They want us to put it through the paces. They put a lot of time and thought into it. And, for most of us, but when we heard Yak Attack was making this, we're kind of thinking, another measuring board. What could you possibly do? But Yak Attack did a great job of really creating something that's a great evolution of a standard measuring board. They have, if you see in there, there's a built-in tournament tag holder, which I honestly think has been long overdue. One of those things, we used to have those bungees that would fall off and we'd lose and not be able to find them, and so have that built in. But I think what's really especially great here in looking at John's picture is how clear the lines are. The contrast in orange to the black, I think, is super clear. It's got the mirror to show that the fish is in fact up against the gate, and and hopefully it's making the team over at Real Tournament Management's day a little bit easier in judging those fish.
What I have noticed though in using them in the local tournaments, judging them, is that if you use the low res feature. It makes it a little with those, because those lines are thinner. So that's been kind of something that some people have complained about, right? The lines are thin; they need to be thicker. Which this is something I've never thought about. Is that thin line makes it more accurate. The thicker that line is, the less accurate the measurement is. Because if you have a fish that barely touches that line and it's a thicker line, it might not actually touch that. Say it's a 17.
17 3/4,
right? Because that 17-inch line is it's a thin line, regardless of how you cut it. It's a thin line. It's 17 to 17. So I think these boards are more accurate than any of the other boards that we've ever had. And I'm talking, that is a very small amount of difference there we're talking about. So not a huge deal, but what it does is that thinner line does actually make it harder. If it's a low res image. But as a tournament director, all you have to do in a situation like that is say, hey, text me the high resolution. We force these people to use measuring boards and use an app and all that stuff. So I think when you have a situation like that, like they did upload a low resolution image, right? Because they were in an area with bad cell service, we can't penalize them for that. We're making them use the app. Right. Which you need good cell service to use. So if they have to do that, as a tournament director, just ask them to text you the picture, the image, and you'll easily be able to see it. So it's really not anything, in my opinion, that should be a negative on that.
I totally agree.
As a tournament director, your job is to approve fish, right? Not deny them, right? You need to do what you can to make sure you approve the fish.
And we're not trying to rip our anglers off,
right? Of course.
We're trying to give them credit for what they.
There are some things that you do. It's angler responsibility, but in a situation like that, my opinion is we make them use the measuring boards. We make them use the app, the software. They need the internet. We should do whatever we can to make sure. It's not like, oh, you need to leave the tournament early to go down 10 miles down the road to get a better signal. That is ridiculous. And there are tournament directors that do that, and I've always disagreed with it. I think it's stupid. But, again, those lines are very thin, so you will have that problem. Just keep that in mind. But beyond that, it's a great measure board. So you
it's
do have the
absolutely great,
built-in identifier holder. For me personally, I like it, but I bought the additional one that you can put in the more traditional area at the top of the board. You can slide it around, and only because the one that you fold out, it's at the fence of the board, so the far end of the board. And we had a tournament recently, and the first fish I caught, I forgot to flip that up.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Where the other one, it's on the board. You have to actually flip it up to put the fish down.
Get out
so
of the way,
for me, in the way that my brain works, I'm probably not going to use that other one very often.
Sure.
But again, they have an option for you to do that. And then the cull tag feature, not cull tag, sorry, the culling, I don't know what they call it, the tabs, culling tabs, yeah. Those are great. There's 3 of them. For me, again, personally, I'll probably never use all 3, but I didn't think I was going to really care to use even one. But that first tournament that I used that board in, I was like, oh, this is a fantastic feature, right? Because we're always messing with what's our smallest fish?
You know, and a lot of times, some organization.
Yeah, you know, how many times have you measured a fish, taking the time to measure the fish, get it on the board, take the photo, all that stuff, and then you open the app and you submit it, and then you look, and it's like, oh, man, that's smaller than my smallest fish. Well, with this new cull tab, you just slide that. Yeah, and you, at a glance, if you have a 14, you know what I mean, and your smallest is a 1450, you don't have to pull the phone out, right? Anything like that. Wait for the app to load, throw it back in, and you're back to fishing. But it's a great board, and the catch board. I know there's a lot of people that love the catch boards. We do as well. I mean, I have like 12 of the metal ones, and to be honest with you, that to me is as much as I love the Yak Attack board and the carbonate, the metal one, it's indestructible. I mean, not literally indestructible, of course, but that is kind of like, that's always going to be the toughest board to me. So if you don't want a plastic one, right? Yeah, I mean, you don't use those; they're great boards. But this one's strong. John had his wife. How much she weighs? Over 100 pounds. 130. All right. I'm sorry if John's wife, if you're watching this, and we just announced how much you weigh, but 130 is not bad. It's not fat. It's a range. You're in shape. Don't worry about it. So 130 pounds, and John held that up at an angle, and she walked up it. Mm-hmm. And then he's got it on video. His kids did it, and then she did it, and it barely moved. Yeah, you know what I mean. So it is a sturdy board, but all of them are. It's preference. It's just weird to me that I've seen there's been so much negativity surrounding it. I mean, I think you get that from arguing about it, and it's like I get it. You get some allegiances here and there, and we love catch. We've said it on.
They've been amazing. They make our trophies.
They make our trophies. Their boards are fantastic. Duke and all of them are great. But this is just another board. It's another option that anglers have, and use it if you want to use it, and if you don't.
It's got better width. It seems to hold fish better. The low res image thing, though, to go back to that real quick, it seems to be the most common, I'd say, criticism. The low res images are a challenge for any board,
of course,
because you even have different levels of low res, right? And depending on how close a fish is to a particular line will be a challenge anytime there's a low res photo. But also you have things like sunlight, shadows. So it's a challenge just in general. But the board, the leaderboard, what I think is really cool to see, and I don't know if anyone else is using it besides John Medina, but it's amazing to look. Like if you see his fish, his biggest fish is a 17. If you go look at other 17-inch fish on a catch board, like that fish on the Yak Tech leaderboard is far more comfortable in terms of spacing, right? I don't mean literally comfortable. I'm not saying the fish is enjoying himself. It's out of water. But there's space, right? Like, and you always see on social media, whatever, people posting pictures of I think recently I just saw a 25-inch bass, and on the catch board, and it's nothing against the catch board, but that fish hangs over the sides. And to me, the more we can eliminate that, I'm hoping it would help reduce the encouragement of the fish to try to jump, try to make an escape, or whatever. So I'm really curious to see that. The shape of the board too is a little bit different in terms of like that curve that holds the fish in that center point. So I'll be curious once I get my hand on one to see how that works as we go. Like if the fish are maybe less likely to jump, or maybe a little more discouraged by the shape. We all know our tricks, like tilting the board.
Of course.
I know for your famous trick used to be having the board like vertical.
Yeah.
And so everyone finds their ways.
I want to do that. I just with the new the kayak I have now, there's no real. I took out the drive. I used to use the drive to put the board on, and that's also a great basically running it down the center of the kayak. I'd have one end on the pedal drive and the other end kind of between my legs on the edge of the chair. Yeah. Sometimes I would put those little paddles, little assassin paddles, would stick that under there and have that. Anyway, I would do that again because I think personally for me, I think when a fish flops, they tend to go to the left, right? If you have it across the width of the kayak, they tend to go to the left. So that way the fish would come toward me and I'd have the wide open deck where I could just spread my legs and the fish would be right there on the deck.
Hey, a little goalie, knock them back in.
Rarely lost a fish. I'm not even sure I've ever lost a fish with the board that way. I've only lost them with it across my lap or whatever. But either way, either way, it's a great way to hold the board. A little off topic, but yeah, if you are fishing, yeah, of course, you know what I mean. And then you just you take the photo and then you rotate it. You know what I mean. So it's easier for the judge.
Which is a very good practice, by the way, in general, even if you're not doing that approach, to make sure that your photos are right side up. Anyway,
so quick update.
Back to the leaderboard.
Quick update. Just saw that pop up. Steve Hedges, he's doing great, which is good for Steve. He's an angler that takes. When we talked about earlier the mental game, he beats himself up a little bit. So it's great to see him doing well.
And he has his big fish could be a real advantage here.
Course,
19 and a half.
Of course.
And because you're seeing him without a net 18 and he's in the top 4.
Yeah, he just upgraded with a 17.75 and it's too small. It's a 16.25. Yeah. So yeah, I mean absolutely. Especially, say he gets another 19. I mean that's huge. That's going to put him up 90 inches, over 90 inches. I mean, so definitely Steve's in the mix for a win. Yeah, it's good to see.
It's really good to see. He puts a lot of time into it. He takes his pre-fishing seriously. He puts time. I think one of the most unspoken about sort of pieces to successful tournament anglers that I think often gets overlooked or underestimated is just simply time on the water, right? The experience that you have fishing. It doesn't. Even just like in terms of fishing skills, right? Just fishing in general a lot. Even your good days, bad days, whatever. It's funny to me whenever I take somebody out fishing that's just kind of like a casual angler or not even that. And I start talking about like, okay, yeah, we'll probably be out here for like 8 hours. Now, 8 hours, like what about lunch or what do you do? It's like, and all things that like we all just like, for me, I don't even plan on a time. 8 hours just happens, right? But all of those are valuable. It doesn't matter if it's your honey hole you've been on a million times. Like you learn that stuff, and that I think that also translates to pre-fishing. Some of these guys, they come up the week before. They're checking in on these bodies of water like weeks before the tournament, checking in on it. Because how many times have you been to a place that you've done well on to return the next year and that laydown's gone?
Oh yeah,
right.
Especially on like a river fishery.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, giant laydowns. Just where'd it go?
Right.
Current took it somewhere else, and it's like, well, where? I wish I could find it. Right. It's probably in the middle of the river somewhere. You'll find it years later. So
those people that put the time in, even leading up to the event, you can start to get the patterns, right? You can start recognizing certain pre-fishing days if they're a week or two beforehand, but the weather. Ends up being exactly what the weather is on tournament day, but the week leading up to it isn't. Like it's those little things that can give you an edge. And then there's sometimes just simply luck. But for the most part, I think especially in this top 5, these are people that put the time in. These are people that study the maps, study the body of water, study the baits they're going to use. Like they're paying attention to all of those little things that I think can be really easy to overlook.
And Steve does have it's a bit of an unfair advantage with that. He's
I know what you're gonna say.
He's got a lot of good juju with that kayak, right? He's in my old big rig, my original Jackson kayak big rig. So a lot of good juju there.
We were watching some old videos of that kayak last night.
He probably rubbed the side a little bit, you know what I mean? Gave a little kiss, And that's
you charge for that,
and it's magic. No,
you charge for that?
No, I didn't charge for that.
No upcharge?
No, that comes extra, free of charge.
So, that kayak's come a long way.
So
though.
listen, if Steve happens to win,
mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take that as a win. Myself.
I think that's 15% of the cut to you.
That's going to be a personal win. I'm going to put it on my spreadsheet, add it to my historical
spreadsheet,
my career earnings.
The spreadsheet that our staff events get added to. Somebody likes this competition. That's all right.
I do. I like the competition. But speaking of staff events, nice segue there, by the way. That's professional.
Yeah, I meant to do that.
You set that up, T-ball. So about to knock it out of the park. You just
T-ball and a whole.
We're about to take a break.
But yeah, we'll take a break.
But Matt Zapala still on top, 90-75. Jake Angeles has not made any moves.
Nope.
So
still stuck there.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back, and we'll see you after the break.
We are Yak Attack, a leader in watercraft accessories and mounting systems made in small town America with a built-for-life guarantee. From rod holders to fish finder mounts, to cleats, tie downs, and more, Yak Attack products attach quickly and easily to your boat or kayak, including virtually all built-in track systems. For more information or to find a dealer near you, visit us at yakattack.com.
guy. Oh man. Perfect. 14.
Another 15 3/4. I just caught a massive pickerel. There we go. Ooh, check out this son of a. He is 26 inches long. Ugh.
Oh my God, he threw it. No. And there he goes.
All small. Hey, 13. Garbage. There we go. A little school of them coming. What's up? Laughing up, Ray. 14.75. Ooh. Well, that bit's better. No, maybe not. Alright, it's coming straight. can't tell if this is better or if he's just going straight up. Yeah, this feels like a better fish. That's what I need. No, not really. No, no, not at all. Not at all. Man. Feels good. This one feels good. Oh my God, the jelly log. Oh, oh boy, that is a big old largemouth. Got him off a rock out there. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna get me close to the top. God, he looks way bigger. That, my friend, is a giant. 19.75. Covered in poop. Come on, dude. Yeah. Where'd that put me? Oh, terrible. 78.50. I'm still in third place. God. Alright. I think like that's gonna make a big difference. Not really. Oh, it's gonna get me close to the top. I gotta take a pee-pee. Pee-pee really bad. Cause if I pee my pants, I'm gonna be really sad. Cause I don't wanna pee my pants. Feels good. Oh, is it a trout or something? Okay. Oh! Ugh. What was that? Oh, this thing is spitting up like ugh. Worms or something? Oh, jeez. Dude, chill. Hello, hello. Don't, hey! Balls. God. Oh, how do you... Alright. Ugh. What is he? Rainbow? Dude, what is that? Is that a worm? What is that? Yep.
Should be an upgrade.
God. Hit it again. Something. Oh, I thought that came off.
My name is John Ferreira. I'm the broadcast manager for Elite Kayak Fishing, and we're going to do a walkthrough of my boat. So I'm running a Jackson Kayak Take 2. It is actually a tandem kayak that I basically customized fully. I took one of the seats out and then customized it from bow to stern. So we're going to start on the front end here. I'm running a 24-volt motor guide with a custom plate because they do not set these things up for bow mounted motors. So I had to figure something out. So made this nifty plate. Then we can make our way back. I'm running 2 Garmin units up here, a 93 SV and a 106. And I have them stacked to, like, this will probably change next year or probably by the end of the season because I constantly change how my electronics are laid out. But I was able to save some tri-track from a previous kayak and make a mount to where I can have my graphs on top of each other versus most kayaks that you see outfitted have the kayaks, the screens next to each other. I wanted to be up and down because that leaves me a little bit more space. I'll get to this in a second for my rods or whatever it may be. Just kind of gives me a little more room to the gunnels. So I wanted to stack them. Plus, I don't know, I like the way I look of it. It looks pretty cool. Then I guess we could talk about this. This is a fully custom forward-facing sonar turret mount. I designed myself. So basically it's remote control, wireless. You can see this arrow right here. So it's fully wireless. So I don't have to maneuver at all. A turret pole or a pole, whatever you want to call it, forward-facing sonar mount pole. I am running a 2 forward-facing sonar units. I got an LVS 34 here for the regular forward view, and then I have my 32 here, which is for perspective. Really cool setup. Everything here is custom 3D printed and designed by myself, and that makes its way back to my Ectac black boxes, which we'll get to in a second, that house all my electronics, all the brains and the batteries. Make our way back to the seat. This is a fully custom 3D printed seat mount that I made. Jackson's wasn't as high as I wanted to. I was running a boat seat for quite some time, but I wanted to reduce weight because I've been adding a lot of electronics and things like that. So I went with fully custom, designed by myself, seat brackets that I was able to stuff some stuff under, give me some room for some storage, have it be comfortable. I'm running tri-track everywhere just because I've had some extra stuff. Custom 3D printed cup holders. Then comes back to my tackle storage. I'm running the 16x16 black pack, my sand one. I color coded them. Is for my Plano boxes, and then other tackle, everything, pliers, leaders, got everything you need in here, dies, and then I 3D printed some storage options, like, I don't know, just to organize things better. I made a little thing so I don't have to hold it open or whatever. And then if you want to come in close, this is the brains of the operation here. It is powered by some Dakota Lithium batteries. If Adam, you want to get a peek in here. Hold on, I can't really open it. So right here we have 2 black boxes, and then we have a networking adapter to put everything together, and then a Ethernet cord runs, or the data cord runs all the way to the front to my 106 and then jumps to my 93 SV. So I'll take this off just so we can see. And then I'm running everything. Here's my 24 volt Dakota Lithium 60 amp hour battery. Sometimes I run 2. depending if how much water I'm going to cover. So like a big body of water like Winnipesaukee, which you're seeing here now, I'd probably have 2 just in case you run out, if you want to make, you know, crazy runs, which you might have to do. And then I run all my electronics. Everything runs off of a 60 amp hour Dakota battery. And I've had 0 issues running 2 black boxes and 2 graphs, as well as my forward-facing turret mount. Then I got some shunts here for some battery monitoring equipment, just so I know how much voltage I got. And then I made 2 on-off switches for in case I want to turn off one of the black boxes. I could choose which one I want to turn off. And then I had 3D printed a custom mount for those. And then everything goes nice and neat in here. I don't have to plug that back in right now. And then obviously with having 2 black backs, I have all these rod holders so I can bring a crazy amount of rods. And then I have this Amazon special battery monitor that I printed the housing for to fit on the black pack. And then when I'm doing big bodies of water, tournaments and practice, I do run 2 motors. I run the NK180, powered by the 24 volt Dakota Lithium. And you'd be shocked with a giant boat like this, how the NK180 can push this boat fully loaded at close to 5 miles per hour, which is phenomenal. And those motors are so efficient. You can cover a crazy amount of water. So for practice, I threw it on there and it's been amazing. Let's see, anything else? I guess, I don't know, I got some more custom 3D printed stuff here. I got some pliers and scissor holders that I printed. I don't know, I like to make things mine, and especially when you have the ability to design stuff and make whatever you want. This is how I store my net. I like it because it's out of the way, off the deck. I don't have to reach it behind me. And yeah, that's my rig. If you guys have any questions or want to hit me up about 3D printed parts, let me know. I appreciate it. All right, thanks guys.
Back, everybody. As you saw, our fishing tournament was pretty fun. Our staff event.
Oh yeah.
We mixed it up a little bit this time. We had our fishing our staff event on Wednesday, the first day we got here. A little bit shorter of a drive, so we've been experimenting a little bit with our schedule as we do this broadcast and all that. But we fished in Waukee, a place that I think all 3 of us have fished before, so it was relatively even. I live closer, but still haven't fished it all that much, so it was a pretty even playing field. But it was a great place. If you ever get a chance to fish there, it's fantastic. A lot of deep water.
Right.
Really, the cool part about it, I thought, was like it gives you. There's some mostly smallmouth, I think, in there, but there are some largemouth spots. So you got some tough decisions to make. We were going in fresh off the road, right? Like just I don't know, all of our cars parked up with a bunch of stuff. You know, just getting on the water, and then all of a sudden we're fishing.
Yeah, no. I was looking forward to it. You know, we fished there for the KFL match a couple of years ago. You had a match, at least one match there as well.
Almost died there.
Almost died. Flipped your kayak. You know, for me going in, I was like, there is a backwater area. I love fishing for largemouth, right? That is my thing. If I have the ability to do it, that's what I did at St. Lawrence River, right? St. Lawrence River, I placed second on largemouth, right? Which is, most people probably wouldn't do that.
Not really what you hear, yeah.
Right. But if I can find that, I'm going to fish that. And there's an area back that looks fantastic, right? So a little backwater pond. It's got pads. It's got a little depth. It's got some laydowns, a couple boat docks. And when we fished it for the KFL match, it was garbage, you know? And so I was like, that's where I'm going to go first, right? I'm going to go first. And we were only fishing for 5 hours. So I regret making this decision. And I caught 2 dinks. I got a 15 and like a 12 in there. And it's just, I don't know if it's just the spot's terrible. But I think if I come back here again, I am certainly not going to plan on catching anything in there if I even end up in there at all. Another funny thing that happened to me in this event is that I had all these waypoints from the KFL match. So I was like, I'm going to check these out. Some humps, you know, some rock piles, some grass. and a lot of them turned out to be absolutely nothing. And it was just a spot that I caught fish, but I didn't, because I was only there for that one event. I didn't change the I didn't edit the symbol. Yeah. so I'm like, I'm gonna go over and hit this hump, and then I'd get them like, where's the humps don't move, right? So I regret doing that. So I wasted a lot of time in this one, where I probably should have just stayed offshore. It seems to be that's probably the most effective thing at that lake, is that offshore bite, at least at this time of year. And ultimately, that's what I ended up doing there at the end. I got a big largemouth, 19.75, almost a 20, just on a random rock that I saw in like 25 feet of water. You could see it on the clip there, just a little bump there in the middle of nowhere. And just that whole area that I was catching fish, there was nothing there. It was just bait. Yeah. That's a thing about these fisheries. It's just the bass were out there that's feeding on that bait that was out there. And, I don't know. Good time, though.
It's almost like deceiving, though, because the place is so small that you think, like, at least for me, I was like, well, if they're not there, they can't be far.
Yeah.
Well, that's not entirely true. But I had a similar situation where I had my waypoints and realized that I've always whenever I put waypoints, which honestly is not nearly as much as I should be, I always assume I'm going to remember why. And that's what Walkie One taught me this time, was I had these marks, and I'm like, of course, the classic, like, according to my graph, I'm on the spot, but there's nothing remarkable about this spot. Nothing coming up on the graph, forward facing or anything. So I kind of just abandoned those things and just kind of cruised. But I caught a fish within the first I think it was 4 minutes. I was like, all right, we're going to be rolling. And, but we caught fish consistently throughout the day, but they just weren't adding up. I don't know if we showed it, but should we just share the results?
We definitely didn't show it. I probably should have put that at the end when I was editing it, but I didn't. My bad. But yeah, as expected, John won.
As expected.
I
guess so.
The deep bite. John is probably a better, deeper water fisherman than at least I am. I won't speak for you.
He's better than me, for sure,
But again, I made the mistake of looking for shallow, largemouth stuff.
If you saw in the kayak setup that he has, he put a lot of focus on get whatever he can do to give himself little advantages in fishing that deep water. You see the dual forward facing transducers and such. So
Yeah, I mean, of course, if he's going to go to a fishery, he's probably going to look at the offshore stuff.
Maybe also forget that he won the championship last year.
You know what I mean? So it's just preference. You know what I mean? Had I, I finished second with what was he at 85?
So John won with 85 and a quarter. Ken came in second with 82 and a half, and I tailed with 81 and a quarter. So Ken and I were close again. But, and I was in second for most of the day, so Ken got me last minute again. I'm going to someday get out from under that. But, congrats to John. And what's interesting now looking at it is, our limits look a little similar to some of them today in terms of the fish sizes and such. Some of the averages, I would say. And, it's a really cool place. It's a tough one, right, because it's really close to Winnipesaukee. And when you're in this area for fishing, you typically think of Winnipesaukee, but it just kind of shows there's a lot of great ones around, and Walkie One is no exception.
Yeah, the lakes around here are just phenomenal.
Super clear
I'd like
water.
to go back there and explore it more. I mean, going back to the ramp, I turned off the forward facing. It's pretty much what I ran, I think, the last time we fished there, and this time just when I'm out there in the middle, forward facing. But heading back, I mean, I had the side scan on, just a 2D, and good Lord, the amount of rock piles just were lighting it up, and I was like, oh my God, I want to fish that.
It's so a place bad.
Single rock piles like everywhere.
You can second guess, like the stuff we're talking about with patterns. Like that place is honestly feels like it was made to do that, because you could if you're going somewhere, if you're like, I'm going to go to this spot on the far end, you are going to have temptations up the wazoo on the long way.
And then they're not all going to be productive.
Right.
There's going to be those certain ones, have the crawfish on it, have a little bit of grass, whatever it may be, gravel around it or sand or something that's going to attract the fish to that pile more than the other one. So, I mean, I don't know if that was just a little stretch that I passed by chance that had more rock piles. But again, there were a number just singular and small, not huge areas. But yeah, a lot of fun. We just do these for fun, as we are, just planning the week, running around the town or the lake and everything, getting footage of all the other anglers and everything like that. So,
but we can't not fish, right?
Of course,
I think it'd be impossible.
Of
But
course.
this trip has been a lot of, that was the only time we've been able to fish this trip. But it's good, I don't think the three of us could do this without being able to fish like a little bit. But but it's good. It was a good experiment with our schedule, and that's one of the things that we're working on is refining just sort of our approach. The next event is on the St. Lawrence, so we have a bit of a challenge in terms of our travel schedule and working this stuff in. So we're just experimenting with things to get better. But it's a blast. It's good. Honestly, it's a great way to start a trip for us. Like we don't. I live in New Hampshire. John and Ken live in Massachusetts. The Pendergasts live in Maine. The folks that we travel with, Steve lives in New Hampshire, about an hour away from me. And so we communicate a lot, but we don't see each other in person as much as you might think. And so it's great to kind of get on the road and see each other and get on the water. Like, it was just fun. It was to me, it was a fun event. It's a place that honestly I'd like to fish more, kind of put some of the not so fond memories in the past. But what's funny is I went right to that spot, caught a fish. They were still there. It's kind of a good way. It didn't even really click at the time, but it was a good way to kind of put those things behind us and put those behind me anyways. But but it's a great fishery, and I'm going to get a win in one of these tournaments, I think. Maybe. We'll see.
We're getting trophies? What are we doing?
John, we'll have to figure something out.
Trophy, John? Do you want a trophy now?
Maybe at the end of the year we'll do like a...
Don't you?
I don't want a trophy.
Why?
Because I don't need a trophy.
John doesn't need a trophy.
Oh, right.
John's got the biggest trophy we have to offer. The championship trophy from last year.
Yeah,
debatable. Angler of the year is more important.
Unimpressed.
He likes Angler of the Year better, but it's still, I think, bigger. Was it the same size?
Yeah, I don't remember. All right.
Anyway.
Let's jump into the leaderboard. We have had some changes. Not at the top, though. But Matt Zapala has increased his lead to 91.75, and he has now 4 18.25s, and his big fish now is an 18.75. So he is he's in a full 2 inches ahead of Jake Angelis. Jake hasn't put anything up in a while. Again, don't know what's going on there. Don't know if he's catching smaller fish.
Yeah.
Or if he's making some runs.
I think the big piece here for Matt Zapala in particular is, we're talking about Jake's 18.5 being potentially, that size that could be tough to overcome. And Matt has done that, and by a quarter of an inch beat it. So he has an 18.75. That now becomes, what seems like, it's just a couple of inches. I get it, but that is, when you're talking about this point in the day and on these patterns, in between these two, those 2 inches can feel like a mountain to climb, especially if Jake is considering a backup spot, a second spot, if he's, second guessing an approach, which Jake probably isn't, but it does start to weigh on you as you're going. Jake's probably culling through fish like crazy. They're just not upgrades. So that starts to wear on you.
I think he knows his electronics so well that I would bet he's not actually catching a lot of fish. He's probably one of the few.
Selective.
I think he's probably being selective. He's probably just hunting, looking for bigger fish. But yeah, there's not been a lot of movements. I think Steve Hedges is still at 87.25. Ray Morales 87 inches. Jonathan Richardson's now up in 6th place with 86 inches. What did I just do?
It's almost like somebody mentioned that we should keep an eye on the Richardsons earlier today.
Yeah, I don't know who. I hadn't heard anything about that.
Sounds like somebody's got his finger on the pulse of this event.
Yep. So he's got 4 over 17. And he's still got a 16. So he can make some moves. He can bump up into 4th place for paying out 4 spots.
4 spots. 4 spots today. Yep.
So yeah, he's definitely got to make some moves. But Mike Morcone still at 85.5. Nick Audi and Anthony Campbell haven't made any moves. We still got Steve and Matt Lee in 10th and 11th with 83 inches.
Yep.
So yeah, and then surprisingly, only 15 people have Anglers of the Year. I mean, what?
Limits.
Sorry, I got distracted. So we had somebody signaling me over there. background. Yeah, I see that. So Todd Dyer's now back up into, actually he was in third, right?
Yep.
So he's got himself an 18.75 now, and an 18.25, and then 3 over 17. So he's increased his lead. So yeah, it's it's getting exciting up there.
Increased his lead and pressure on Jake, right?
Yeah, 3.5 hours left. But yeah, what I was saying a minute ago is that we only have 15 limits. That's really surprising because these other guys, they're not catching the small fish. So are they out deep? Where are they? I'm trying to figure out. I mean, I wish I knew. I know where Ari is fishing. So it's surprising that he's only got 3 fish. But maybe they are fishing. Maybe they're fishing too shallow, right? Maybe they're catching sub 12 inches, right? That's another thing that we haven't discussed is that they could be where those smaller fish are, but they're actually catching fish that are too small.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the pictures, and some of the pictures that have come in recently, and just trying to see if I can glean any information from like their fish finders or whatever in terms of if some of these folks up to the top, like Massapah, for instance, if he's changing things, if they've moved, if they're going to different depths in the water column, maybe the fish that folks found during pre-fishing, which tends to happen, maybe they were sitting in 60 feet, now they're only in 30. They do shift. These are the things that can happen.
This lake has how many islands?
Oh gosh, countless.
Countless islands. So I mean, these guys actually, when you're fishing around an island that's surrounded by deep water, that shallow fishing can be very different from the shallower fishing if you are, in a big cove or something like that. Because the bigger fish can move in and out a lot more often than they would say, if you're in a cove that has, maybe it has some deeper water, but not a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But these islands that are out on the main lake, that's a different game.
Yeah, and we are getting to that. I think we are officially at that point of the day where those islands are a bit of an adventure to get to if you're not there already. It's going to be the challenge. I think in making a move. Like I think I'm guessing that the folks that are fishing deeper, it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a real battle just to stay out there, right? Like I think these guys will be exhausted at the awards later today if they are sitting out there fishing on those islands. And folks making their way out there, it's, a run that would take you 15 minutes now with the boat traffic and the waves that being created as a result, right? I know in the past, my experience is making a move, sometimes you got to cross a lake or just a big area. You're doing a lot of that Frogger style moving, right? Like you're not just full throttle moving it. So what was maybe a 5-minute run in pre-fishing, you're talking 15, possibly even 20 minutes, depending on where you are and depending on the waves and the conditions. I'm not sure how the wind is today, but that plays into it as well. Like you get it's one thing to have wake heading in a particular direction. If you have wind crossing it, just slows things down a lot. Even if your kayak can handle it, your motor gets bogged down.
Quick look outside.
Looks like a little breeze, not too much. A little breezy,
but that's the thing. On a lake that is this big, that little bit of a breeze, depending.
It might just be light here, but certain places may not be.
Depending on the direction of that wind, it could create some big waves. So those guys are getting beat up either way. I mean, that's just what happens out here, unless you're lucky and it's a calm day and it's raining and the boat traffic isn't there. When you come to Lake Winnipesaukee and you're fishing out of a kayak, even a bass boat, those guys get beat up too.
Oh, big time.
I remember a tournament here. I don't know what happened. I left early. We went out of Shep's and just a big wave hit and my boat went up and came down and it just something tweaked in my back and I mean I could barely stand to get back. It was brutal, but it was a huge wave. I mean massive, you know what I mean?
But but it takes a physical toll on you. It really does.
Yeah.
And our kayaks are, are not nearly as big as, they're getting there towards boat size. If you've been following ICAST, but
they are.
And I don't say there's a jab. That's not a criticism. I'm excited about that. But
it's evolved.
But when you see that you watch the elites live, and you see them on like the Great Lakes and the boats are getting picked up by these waves and then just dropped. They're getting hammered on. It may not be the same same extent for a kayak, but like it's not uncommon, especially as somebody with a bow mounted motor. I've had my motor come out of the water before, right? So those take a toll, but they also, by the end of the day, you're exhausted. By this point in the day, your back's going to start to be sore. You're going to start to be tired. If you're baking in the sun, if you don't have any cover from that can be tough. It's just all these things that are taxing that, honestly, when you start to get a little worn down physically, it has an impact on the mental state as well, right? Like you might just start getting discouraged, a little down on yourself.
Oh, absolutely, especially if you're not catching fish and you're out there getting beat up by the waves and the wind, and you start to get frustrated.
Yeah, it's not worth it. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, it could take a toll. I mean, it is a challenge. There are certain people who are just immune to that mental stress, and it doesn't affect them. But then there are other guys that just all the other things start to infiltrate when you start to second guess yourself, or you're just not catching the fish.
Absolutely.
Sometimes, just a little, like, I'm hungry. Lunch.
A little hangry,
it's not even, things aren't even bringing you down. Just the idea of going and having lunch. You know what I mean? It's like, well, that sounds like a fantastic idea. I'm not catching anything. Let's go get a burger.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
You know
I
what
always crave a good sub.
Yeah,
when I'm fishing. I don't know
there was
why.
a tournament a couple of years ago, and it was brutal. And it was just cold and windy and rainy. And I left at it was 10 o'clock by the time, 9:30 I got off the water. 10 o'clock I was packed up. Another angler, Nate Shagnon, was with me, and we went and got lunch. You know what I mean? And it was amazing, but just it was brutal. It was a brutal day, and I have no regrets.
I wouldn't either. I would say some lunches are better than the rest of the tournament
day. Yeah.
Sometimes, you find those local spots. Speaking of, we found some good spots this week.
Yeah, we found there's some
good eateries around here.
Yeah. We had Surfside down there in Meredith.
Yeah.
Tiny place.
Cool. Good food. Music wasn't quite. Music's not. got some more metalheads here, in the house, in the EKF staff. So I don't even know what to describe the music as, but it just wasn't, I would say, our typical listening. But the food was great. They have a lot of live music there.
Big fans of the band Slightly Stupid. I've never seen that before. They had a menu that was crafted around.
Stupid.
The band
Tots.
slightly stupid, and it was.
That's the name of the band.
Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Did we? I don't even know. Maybe it wasn't the band, but they spelled the word stupid just like the band does. It's STOOPID. So very strange. Maybe the owner. Oh, maybe the guy. Our owner was in the. Maybe the owner's in the band. Who knows?
And we didn't insult the band. We that band.
Really?
No, I don't know.
I'm pretty positive you guys were trashing that band.
I was trashing that band.
Yeah.
I will. Yes, I was absolutely. But the burgers were great.
Great. Yeah, I had the.
The burgers were not stupid.
Yeah, I had the smash burger taco. That was delicious. What else?
But yeah,
what's the diner? Deb's Diner?
George's.
George.
Not even close to Deb's. I don't know who Deb is. Who is Deb? The George's Diner, breakfast until 2 in the afternoon, clutch.
Yeah.
One of those places is going to be good the moment you walk in. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff around it. So if you ever come up here into this area, you got plenty of options.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. If you want to be in more of a touristy area, you have that. If you want to be more quiet in the woods, you have that as well. It's massive. It takes, I think, to drive around the entire lake would definitely take you probably an hour and a half.
Well over.
Single lane roads.
Lots of traffic.
Questionable drivers.
If you have kids, great stuff around here for you and kids. Fun spot. Not so great a location for tournament awards.
Yeah.
Which is where we went the first time. What was that?
That's where you and I met.
Was that 2017 or 16 first KBF trail event that ever came up to the Northeast? Here on Winnipesaukee, and we didn't know what we were doing, so we held the event at Fun Spot in the birthday room with all the other birthdays going on, millions of kids running around everywhere. That was a good time. Humble beginnings.
I would say
humble.
We all had to meet there.
Yes,
it was open launch, but you had to meet there. Then
meet there in the morning to get identify. I don't know how we.
I don't think we just had a captain's meeting.
Did we? Was it just a captain's meeting? Yeah,
maybe the code. I don't know.
But hey, that's how this was born, right? You know what I mean? It's like I started fishing KBF in 2015, the online challenges, and then the next year I went and through those I qualified for the national championship, which I originally thought was kind of probably a scam. You know,
yeah, sure.
Like I thought I'm like, how did I qualify for something called the national championship, right? And I mean, of course, there's been a lot of criticism over the years that it's so easy to qualify for it, which was the intent, you know. To be fair,
it wasn't always
easy
though.
It's been pretty easy. I mean, but it really was just about putting on a big kayak event. Calling it the national championship seems to be what threw people off, right? You know, but the same people say,
was it 800 the first year I went? I think it was 800.
It was 700 something. 700, yeah. The first year wasn't so big, but you know, that's where this kayak fishing thing was born. Was that, like, especially up here in the Northeast where we didn't have it. We had some small clubs which I fished out of, but bringing talking to Hoover and everything like that. And back then, what it was is he would coordinate with local clubs. Yeah. And they would run the event for KBF. And so I did that. You know, I ran that first KBF trail event. Wasn't perfect, you know, but that was the beginning of it all, you know. And then I think we did that a couple more times after that in the years following. I don't know if, we came back here a couple times. We've been up to Maine a few times with KBF. We did the Charles River in Massachusetts once for a KBF trail event. Which is, you know, that was before it was super big, right? You know, the Charles River is a very long river, but not quite what I wouldn't use it now, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
Just way too many people. But yeah, humble beginnings, you know.
Definitely.
So, you know, we're at fun
from
spot.
Fun spot to broadcasting.
Yeah,
that's
right, exactly. From fun spot to broadcasting live. Yeah, it's great though. I mean, but that's just how it is. And now there's tons of local clubs around, and you know, probably we've talked about that. Like, you know, numbers for the national events are down. Even ours, you know, and then Hobie and stuff are down. Bassmaster seems to be doing really well. That's like the big one now. KBF, of course, has struggled with their numbers. They're not even doing trail events anymore, unfortunately. Which kind of, you know, for me personally, despite all the issues, and there are a lot of issues that KBF has had over the years that are, you know, put a lot of negativity, or had a lot of negativity directed toward them.
A lot of people off.
A lot of it deserved. You know, some mistakes were made, but I miss that. You know, there was something special about KBF, despite all of that stuff. You know, for a long period of time where there was this great community aspect about it all. You go down for the national championship, 700 something people. It was fantastic. It was huge. You know what I mean? And that's kind of gone now. It is.
And it was a staple. You know, it became a staple. It became
you had something to fish for. Like, you know, you fishing for the national championship, fishing for the 10. That was the big deal. The 10 was huge.
Yeah.
And you know, it's kind of gone now, and that's not a knock on Bassmaster or Hobie. They're totally different. They don't need to be the same necessarily, but I personally miss it. But there are, again, a lot of options available now, and largely in part due to KBF. You know, they started it all. We all kind of exist. You know, like I said, I was fishing local events before KBF, and maybe Massachusetts Kayak Bassin would have started regardless. You know, I think it probably would have.
But you don't have the three of us in a room without it.
Right, exactly.
Right now, you know?
Exactly. You know, so but, you know, who knows? But yeah, again, a lot of local trails out there. Kayak fishing's, you know, doing well on the local scene. And then you have some bigger events like us. You know, if you don't want to travel far, you can just come. You know, we're trying to make something happen for the Northeast. You know what I mean? When some of the bigger trails will come here, but they won't commit necessarily to the region.
Right.
They'll come here once. They'll come kind of close to it.
And that prevents you know, anglers. They do come up here one time. You know, and maybe even twice, right? But it creates a situation for our anglers where, for anglers that want to compete in it, they put a lot of money. You know, it's an investment, time, money, place to stay, wear and tear in your car, and the kayak and what have you, and they make that trip and say they do well, right? It's the tough part is they don't have, if they want to continue or make a run at AOI or whatever, the hill, the climb just gets bigger from there, right? It's like a lot of these larger trails, you might have an event up here that's 4 or 5, maybe 6 hours away, maybe 9. But after that, it's a minimum, I would say, of 18. You know, it's a steep increase. So to make a real go at it, you have to dedicate yourself and buckle down. But The cool thing about KBF for me, anyways, was like a lot of us, the KBF events, you know, they increased the amount of them as we went, as they created the regional series. But the cool piece was, you know, we were mostly like practicing and getting better, refining our skills in our local clubs. And then you show up for the KBF event and it's like everybody together, and it's cool. It got you out of that silo. It got you out of the echo chamber of that club. You saw people, you saw their kayak setups, things that really just helped. You know, I don't know if we all realize the influence we get or inspiration we get from seeing other people's kayaks, seeing how people fish, but it does grow you as an angler. I remember pushing that in the local club that I was in. It's like, you do well here, but it's such a learning and growing experience in these KBF events. And hopefully we're providing that for some people in EKF, but you're seeing that, and thankfully we're still around to give that opportunity to folks that are fishing the local stuff and really like to fish Winnipesaukee, and to do so and a chance to win more money. You know, I think that's what we offer, and hopefully folks see that and continue to fish. But yeah, it's a bummer about KBF for sure. It's love him or hate him, Chad has been huge for the sport. And for the things that maybe aren't so great that he's known for, I think there's more things that he's done well, and you know, that really just have a value that far exceeds the negative. So anyway, yeah,
absolutely,
yeah. So it's a tough one. When I heard that, it does feel, I don't think it's quite sunken in. It does feel like a little something is missing, but you never know. It's not forever. Potentially, it may come back. We'll see.
Who knows? But where are we at here? It
anyway,
does not look like any.
Things are slowing down on the leaderboard. We are up to 154 fish caught, which is good. You know, I think what's telling about that, though, to a previous point we were talking about, is 154 fish caught, but I think we're still at how many limits do we have? 16?
Ben Bornhorst got his 5th fish, so he's now the 16th angler with a limit.
So that tells me a lot of the guys at the top are going through them.
I mean, we talked, it's going to be difficult for them to upgrade, especially these guys. Jake, you know, Jake has, again, 3 18s, 2 17s. 17, I mean, 17.75 small. He is a good smallie for up here in the Northeast. You know, we're not like St. Clair or anything like that. I mean, we're far north. So they have a slower growing period or a shorter growing period. As global warming continues, climate change, you know, that might change. You know what I mean? We might have full season, like, you know, in other parts of the country where the fish grow full season, because it doesn't get that
winters
cold.
Are changing.
Because as of right now, our winters are definitely, maybe not up in New Hampshire, but in Massachusetts, like we've talked about earlier,
you guys get to fish year round now.
Yeah, it is our lakes. Like, they don't freeze much. If they do, it's for like a 2-week period. Like, ice fishing doesn't exist on the south shore of Massachusetts anymore, down Cape Cod.
Yeah.
It's just people just don't do it, and they haven't for the past couple of years because the ice doesn't. I'm sure a couple of people have done it.
Oh, I'm sure.
But the smarter people do not go ice fishing.
I was gonna say, there's people don't go out when there's a glaze on the water.
So, but I'm sure there's a few that have been out there in some very, very sketchy ice. But that's the thing; it's just changing. But, you know, jokes aside, I mean, Jake, those 17s, and especially based on what I've heard, you know, it hasn't been fishing. It's been fishing well, but not necessarily the way that it has in the past. This is the first time we've been here in July, I believe. The previous times have been in August. So in August, at that point, they're going to be established in deeper water, you know,
absolutely,
more than they are right now. Right now, I think they're probably in some sort of transition. I don't know when the spawn ended here. You know,
I'm not sure.
It was a while back, but they could still be in that kind of a transition. They haven't quite moved from the shallows into the deep water, so they're somewhere in between. Where that is, I don't know. But yeah, that could be a reason why you're seeing what we're seeing right now. What's the temperature outside? I have no idea. It could be too hot. It could be
78.
Who knows? You know, I mean, you just never know what the conditions are and why these fish aren't biting. But there is room, though. I mean, Todd Dyer's 317s. He can.
It's playing it's playing the way we anticipated because of the later start. 12:25. I would say this period of time in any tournament is a slower period, right? Like we were talking about earlier. This
midday lull.
Yeah, the midday lull, and I think this tournament, the way the times, I think the start time wasn't ideal. Of course, we have to adhere to the law in New Hampshire, but what I think what it's going to make for is, an unintended positive is I think it is going to create like a real mad dash at the end. Like, I think you're going to see some moves that, from anglers, last minute catches. So, I mean, I guess we could call those some Ken Wood moves, like the last hour power fishing. The fish are going to wake up. Some fish are going to move up. I do think the way I think of it in my head is that there are two, this is not scientific, but in my brain, the way I think about it during tournament days is there are two like major feeding windows throughout the day. And that, and I do that more to probably not discourage myself when it's noon and maybe if I'm struggling, having a rough time, and knowing like, all right, the last 2 hours are, you're going to start to see them wake up, maybe return to some spots in the morning, from the morning, or see if they're still there. Or in some cases, like if you lose a big fish first thing in the morning, move off the spot, give them time to rest and recover. They don't always bite again, but sometimes
they do.
If you don't get them with the hook all that well, and the fight is short, sometimes they have a short memory. Those are the things that you tend to see in the last couple of hours. But also, especially if the morning spots or their initial spots were a little more protected, maybe tucked in a cove, tucked behind an island somewhere that maybe protects from boats, it could be that little thing could give an edge as well, that little aspect.
Yep. And we're going to broadcast until 1 p.m.
Yep.
And then the standings will go offline at 2:30 p.m. The last hour, the standings will go offline. So if you're around and you're paying attention and you're looking at the standings, refresh it right before 2:30, and I bet at 3:30 a lot is going to change.
For sure. And
there might not be many changes now between in the last 30 minutes here on the broadcast, but come 3:30, I think that you are going to see some changes here. Maybe Matt holds on to the top. Maybe he increases it, or maybe he drops. We've got some hammers here in the top 10. Or just in general, just fishing this tournament. I mean, here's the thing, right? We talked about Jake earlier, possibly just finding a school, right? Because he wasn't uploading them like back to back to back. There were a couple minutes in between each one. What was that? Was that a 5-10 minute span?
Yeah, it was
quick. Know what I mean? 20 minutes max. You know what I mean? That's we have now 3 hours left in the tournament. Anybody could find a school of big smallies in the next 3 hours, and put up 93 inches, in 5 casts. I mean, it's unlikely, like that magical, 5 casts, 5 giant smallies. It happens though. But in a very short period of time, anybody fishing right now could jump up in the first place.
There's also the possibility that folks are fishing in areas where they just get no cell service. People could be sandbagging, but it could also just be that. There's also just the reality that like sometimes people will just get lucky. There's so many things that happen during tournaments that like there's just no logical explanation for. And sometimes those are not good. I think it feels like more often we tend to remember the ones that aren't so good. But sometimes they're game changing for the entire event, like in terms of your position and where you end up. I've had a couple frustrating tournaments on Winnipesaukee. I had spots that were good in practice that just in my discouraged state, returning back to the ramp, huck a Senko over to a dock, like not thinking much of it. And get a big largemouth, and suddenly it's like I might be able to turn this around.
Oh yeah.
It's a huge possibility. These schools of fish, like people could be sitting on them and they're not biting right now, and and maybe it's that bait change. Maybe it's like that. Oh crap! Why didn't I think of this? Or I forgot about this XYZ bait I picked up and I haven't thrown it yet.
Yep.
You put it on and maybe it fires that school back up, and all of a sudden you're back in the game, and we got a different story.
I mean, boat traffic is a big factor here in that it can make fish bite. You know what I mean? You have a big boat come through an area, well, guess what? That starts to it makes things a little bit unsettled under the water, and you get the fish movement. The little fish start to move, the big fish start to they're all sitting there, nothing's happening, and then you have some turbulence in the water, and then that makes things change. And bass boats do the same thing. Bass boats will use their trolling motor to try to stir up some sediment and stuff like that and make things, you try to trigger these fish to bite. You saw somebody do that.
I saw somebody do that.
You know what I mean?
I won't give away what it was, but it's just firing up a school of fish. And was really awesome to watch. Just that idea. What was fascinating is when this was done is I think it kind of speaks to smallmouth and their predatory nature. One of the things I love about smallmouth is they're really just kind of no nonsense. They're unapologetically aggressive. They're strong fish. But the piece that I think people know about it, it's just not said enough, is like the smallmouth bass can be in 40 feet of water, and the moment your bait hits the water, they are like a torpedo up to it.
It's crazy.
The amount of times I've seen, like if you ever get on like a topwater spook bite, where you're just slowly walking the dog, the amount of times a smallmouth has gone airborne, somehow completely missing every treble hook, but gone airborne 3 feet out of the water, and then that same fish will dive in and regroup and hit it again. Like they are just they get blinded by it sometimes, and it's amazing. They're great, but they do travel. So even if those fish are just for some reason not working up, they can be impacted even at 40 feet by something happening in the top 3 feet of the column.
You just find that bait that pisses them off.
Yeah.
Or just it entices them in some way. I remember, I can't remember where it was, but I was fishing for a smallmouth on a bed. Wouldn't touch anything I threw. Wouldn't even react. You know what I mean? Would just kind of lazily swim away. And I took a jerkbait, a perch-colored jerkbait, and just ran it straight across the bed. And the moment I did that fish, I could see the reaction of that fish just changed. And I just grabbed my Ned and flipped it in. And the moment that Ned hit the bottom, that fish smashed.
Yeah.
And something about that jerkbait, which is not really the best bait you want to use for a bed fish, because you will foul hook it probably more often than not, right? Or you'll hook it normally and then it'll bounce around, and next thing you know it's hooked on the side of the face and it's out of the lip. But the fact that it did that, it just reacted that way, that's all you need.
Absolutely.
So you just throw something in there, and that changes the demeanor of the fish immediately. You can't really tell. You can't tell on forward facing. I mean, I guess you could sometimes, if you're dead on the fish. But if you're looking at a school that's doing nothing, who knows what's going to trigger them, right?
Yeah,
it could be boat traffic. You could be in an area that doesn't have a lot of boat traffic, and then like an army of or an armada of jet skiers comes through, which is typically obnoxious, But that could be it, right? That could be your key to success.
A rare time where jet skis help.
These jet skis doing laps around you, and now all of a sudden the fish are fired up, and you go from 0 to hero.
And looking at some of these pictures, I think it's I don't want to jump to too many conclusions, and I don't want to out anybody in particular, but you can see, like I was just looking at Todd Dyer's photo of his 18 3/4, and I think it supports what we're talking about here. Is if you see you look in the picture, and I don't think I'm giving anything away that people don't already know that are fishing this, but you see a Plano box to the right full of just various jig heads.
Yep.
Different colors, different weights, different sizes. And then the other part that I think speaks to what we were just saying about the bed and also some of these schools and firing them up, he has a bag full of assorted plastics. Like, and these plastics have different shapes, different profiles. Yeah. I see a Somatis bag in there. I don't know if that's his drop shot bait or maybe the hollowtail worm that using for a Ned. It does seem like most of those weights and hooks in that Plano are just jig heads, and it looks like a lot of Ned heads as well. And then you see a power bait bag to his right. And so Todd's boat seems pretty clean, which makes me think that it is like he's just going through the gamut. There are times where we're just slobs and our kayaks are a mess because we've been just frantically tying things on. That does happen, but it seems like there's a bit of a process for that. And I wouldn't be surprised if after our podcast on Monday with Jake, where he broke down the variety of 7 different jerkbaits he was using, I wouldn't be surprised if heading into that week, that kind of woke some folks up to let's throw different things.
On 7 different rods.
7 different rods.
That's the key. That's the key. That was the thing about when he told me that. And I've said it before, I will throw multiple rods with the same bait on it. Different sizes, different colors, whatever. But we're talking 2 or 3. He had 7. This was for our Great Sagandaga event.
Yep.
And he won that. 7 different jerkbaits on 7 different rods. And he would cycle through them, and they all had their different colors, different weights. One had shimmer, one didn't. And that's what he did. And most people wouldn't do that.
Yeah, and he was talking about weighting them as well.
I have one jerkbait rod. One jerkbait rod. I couldn't even imagine having 7. I said when he had one on a chatterbait rod or something like that.
But he said, he was customizing them with the weighting them differently. That was just just cool to hear. And but that's the type of stuff though, right? Like he was talking about it, like the way, the little things that you may not, the little things that fish react to that aren't necessarily what the bait is doing or known for, right? He was talking about what happens with the jerk bait, what was going on with them after he would slash the bait. What would that jerk bait do? Some jerk bait start floating back up, others start trailing off and floating down. Right. And he was waiting those to have that reaction, and that just kind of speaks to it. Is some of these fish, and some of the larger fish in particular, they do wise up. They've seen baits before. They've probably been caught before. I don't know if they have like the thought process that I give them credit for, of thinking like, oh, I'm not falling for that again. But it does seem to be that. So to go back to Todd, or the anglers in this one, Jake being one of them, you see Todd has a lot of stuff on his kayak, and then I also noticed some other anglers, one who I won't say the name of for sake of being a bigger fanboy. In 6th place, we see a ton of baits on a kayak as well. I'll just say John Richardson. A lot of soft plastic, but it's a variety of them in there. And I know I certainly have my plastic bins with some baits I haven't used in years, but these are the days that you never know. You throw it on, you throw a Hail Mary out there, and maybe it works. So that's just really cool to see. But then you see guys with the opposite. Like Anthony's kayak is spotless. I don't know if that's intentional to not give something away, but he might just be sold and confident on one particular bait, and that's what he's gonna go down swinging with.
Yeah, Jake's got his max scent.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, a lot of the flatworms I think are popular this week. Course, I don't know if that's what it is.
His is in every photo, so that could be a decoy.
It'd be a great decoy.
Every photo right there visible, Maybe not. It's one that's not there. No, who's not throwing that, right?
I mean, they blew up after a couple years ago, right after the Bassmaster Classic or something.
Here's one with Jake. He's got a whole bin in the screen there. Yeah, I mean, these guys, this is what they're doing, right? They're trying to find the right bait. This photo, actually, Jake, he's lucky. This one's almost out of the frame.
Ben, might just be cropping.
The nose, yeah.
Ben Bornhurst has quite the collection as well of power bait. I don't know if they're all the same. They look a little different, but
it's readily available, so it's right there. It's not behind them. It's right there, right on the deck of the kayak. So these guys they're scrambling. You know what I mean? They're just they need the options. They need them there. Quick access to them.
Yeah, it's time, right? The more you're shuffling through your black pack or your soft plastic bag or however you organize your tackle, the longer you're shuffling through looking for that stuff. That's all time and that you could be fishing. It looks like John Richardson has an upgrade. I don't think it bumped him up in the points, but he's got a new 17 1/4 up there.
I see that.
So that could be a sign. His spot could be, those fish could be a little more eager to go. You don't see not seeing many others actually being added.
It's definitely slowed down big time. I mean,
part of it could be the judging's going quick, but we got another one, a 13 by Paco. Amond is he's got a 13 submitted, a 14 3/4 from Judy. Judy, who I think she for a while only had one fish, I believe. Yeah, she has 2 in 3 minutes. So she put up a 16 3/4, 14 3/4. That's good. I think Judy's pictures, rather than seeing what bait she's using, we're seeing her strategy to prevent losing a fish off the board, which I think is funny. It's not funny. It is funny just because it probably looks ridiculous to everybody that doesn't fish a kayak tournament. But the net underneath the catch board or the measuring board in general is I'd say an old tried and true technique to, if a fish wants to make a jump, and unless they're going to do some crazy aerial moves, like the net usually can keep them contained. They'll bump up against it, bounce right back.
For hers, though, I mean, that I would have that net farther to the left,
Sure.
Because, it's in the net pretty good. It's well over the halfway point of the board inside the net. So she's actually, it'll help keep that fish in, but some of these fish are strong. You know what I mean? And I've had them even the net fully to the left, the board right at where it opens up, and I've had bass go over the net.
Oh, yeah.
So especially some of these bigger fish, and the smallies especially, they're so strong. You know what I mean? Like,
we don't. Yeah, what might not be obvious to people at home if they don't fish? Number one, smallmouth jump. I think, in my opinion, maybe not, I'm sure there's a largemouth that jumps more, but for the most part, I think smallmouth are harder to measure because they tend to be more energetic and jumpy. And the thing that is definitely not obvious is these fish that you see that may not be the large fish are the ones that jump the most. They get that little spaz technique. Yep. But the other piece that is definitely not obvious to people who don't fish is these smallmouth beat us up. They have their fins, their dorsal fins have spines. They're I don't know what to call them, but their lips have the nubs. That's how they eat. Some smallmouth, in my experience, the smallmouth that come from deeper tend to have the more aggressive. I think a lot of bottom feeding, but regardless, like these fish beat us up, and when trying to get them to stay calm on the board can be really tough. You don't want to lose them. I think we've all lost big fish over the years, but smallmouth in particular, I still have a piece of dorsal fin in my pointer finger from years ago. I think we all get a little payback for catching the fish. I do think it's fair game, but it does hurt, and it's a lot.
I have a lot of round scars on my leg, just a dot. Yeah. I don't know what they're from, but I'm assuming it's a few of them are at least from the spine of a fish.
And a lot of bare feet too, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of us, I know I love to fish with bare feet, but smallmouth can make you pay for that, and it's those little ones, those little jabs too in your finger that'll just start bleeding like crazy, and while you're trying to get the fish on the board, your hands are wet, so your phone doesn't want to react, and then you add a little bit of a flesh wound to your finger, and it's a fun stuff. But these smallmouth they're aggressive, they're energetic, and the 15s and 16s are surprisingly powerful.
Yeah. So I'm curious. We're looking at the top 20 here. That's what we have visible on the front page. Who's out of the top 20 or not at the top that surprises you?
That surprise? Let's see.
Let's see. Gerard and Ari are down. Ari Stonehill, Gerard Elias. I thought they had some pretty good pre-fishing.
Yeah. I mean,
they're down there.
That's what we're hearing.
I mean, they might have a bad signal. Tammy Sanchez.
Yeah, but Tammy, she also can just grab some big ones in a hurry too.
Yeah.
But yeah,
she only got 2 fish. That's surprising. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm surprised that there are people on the board with 1 fish.
Yeah.
Or not a limit. I mean, I thought that this would be similar to Great Sagandaga. We had an absolute ton of fish, over 500 fish caught at that event. I didn't expect those kinds of numbers. It's not that kind of lake. But I did not expect that we'd have, half the field, more than half the field without a limit.
Yeah, that's surprising. I didn't hear too many things. I don't really think I heard anything from pre-fishing that indicated a tough bite. I think it is surprising. It is a little surprising, especially to see folks without a limit who have smallmouth, because usually, especially around here, if you can get a smallmouth, like a 14 or a 15, that typically tells you how you can get fill out a limit, right? At least that, maybe not necessarily upgrade, but it should give you an indication here. And, somebody who's fished this place a lot as well, Torrance Davis, he only has 115 and a quarter. He might have some signal issues. I don't know. He's an Android user. He might have some issues with that. He'll love me saying that. He might have some fishing chaos issues. Who knows?
Listen, let's talk about fishing chaos and Android users. My God, as a judge,
it takes a lot to continue using an Android.
I'm just saying that if you are a good person and you fish tournaments and you respect the judges and all that, you would buy an iPhone. Okay, you would get rid of the Samsungs and the Google Pixels and buy an iPhone.
And the Huawei.
Right? 7 different phones. Those phones are perfect. All right.
It's a good point though.
I mean, it really is. I mean, the thing is that a lot of anglers are out there. They may not understand they look at fishing chaos and they'll blame fishing chaos. It's really not it. The Samsungs or the Android phones are all different. You know,
you have 7,000 variants. Right?
So it really, you know, to find how you give the phone or the app the correct access to the phone is different for every single one of those, and we just run into a lot of problems. You know, you have guys that don't have the exit data, but they have the submission data, and you know, it's a bit of a nightmare. So buy an iPhone. Okay.
We should get some stock first, but yeah, it's definitely easier. Yeah, I mean, the tough part is people are set in their ways. We've given Torrance plenty of crap about using an Android, and despite not being able to upload a fish, he still insists the phone's better. I don't know, but I was gonna say we don't pick phones for fishing, but I actually do. I get the iPhone with the biggest battery simply because out of paranoia of battery dying during the tournament, because that ends your tournament regardless of how you feel or how you're doing. Right, that's over. So.
Judy Richardson with an upgrade, I should say.
Thank you, Judy, making my comment earlier. Look good.
So she's
Judy
up
and
to 4
John,
fish,
thank you.
18th place. Still nothing. The top is just dead. Again, are they catching small fish? I mean, everyone in the top.
Where do you think their mental state's at when it slows down like this? You think they're checking the leaderboard to see if they're alone?
I would think most people check the leaderboard. You know, I check the leaderboard. You know what I mean? I don't understand the people who don't.
Yeah.
You have this tool. It's a tool, right? The ability to see this is a tool, and it can help you. It can also screw your day up too. You know what I mean? Like, again, if we talked about earlier, kind of knowing how people fish, right? Like Bruce Levy, you know, he loves to throw the spinnerbait. You know what I mean? Like, so if I see him doing well in a tournament and I'm not, and I might go, oh, he's throwing the spinnerbait, so I throw the spinnerbait, but that's not what he's throwing.
Right.
Right. So it could throw you off too.
I honestly, as we're talking about this, I think this is worse for Matt Sapala than anything, right? Because he's doing well, but the silence is almost the quiet leaderboard's almost worse than a busy one.
He's out there, you know, he's got a good lead right now. He's got a 2-inch lead. Jake's got some big fish, you know what I mean? And 89 is high 80s is the average for our tournaments, or all the kayak tournaments that we've had on this lake through all the different groups. High 80s is the average. Hobie had a big one. A lot of guys over 90 inches. That was a timing thing. I think that was earlier in the year. Earlier in the year, you know, the fish were more aggressive. They were all shallow, or more shallow. So a lot of 90 plus. I mean, I think 50 on day one were over 50 plus. 52 were over 90 inches. 43 were over 90 inches on day two. But a different time of year. But for us, in the summer, it's been high 80s. So Matt's sitting really good right now. You know, like we said Mike Marcone won it in 2022 in August with 89 inches. It was won in 2021 with 92, I believe. But that was, we talked about it earlier. Josh Smith had a 22-inch large.
But that came down to the wire. That one came.
It might have. Yeah. He caught that 22. He caught the 22 early, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
But you know, that was the difference maker there, right? Mm-hmm. You take that 22 away, replace it with a 17 or something. He's probably in the 80s.
Right.
So Matt's sitting well right now with 91.75, 2-inch lead over Jake. But that's the thing, is what's going through his head? Is he confident that he's got it, or is he scared because you have somebody like Jake Angelis right behind you? Todd Dyer as well. He's a New Hampshire angler.
Nick in eighth, though. You know these guys are never done. I mean, that's the tough part.
Ray Morales. Yeah. Ray Morales has been fishing for 2 years? 2 years, something like that. Very short period of time. At least kayak fishing, tournament fishing, and here he is in 5th place. He's crushing it, right? Steve Hedges. We know Steve can catch fish. He's in 4th. So yeah, all these people right below Matt.
I would not want to be Matt. He
very
has
capable.
Quite the crowd chasing him,
catching him. So who knows what's going through his head? It's probably not. Probably not all happy thoughts, right? He's probably stressing a little bit. And he's won in one of our events before, hasn't he?
I believe last year.
Yeah. Was it Maine?
Maine, I think. Maine or Messalonsky.
Yeah, the Messalonsky event. So this will be his second win. He's been very supportive of EKF over the years, so that's great to see. You know, I mean, it's great to see all these guys do well.
A lot of the guys in the top 10 have for a while, and it's. I don't know. Like I look at this leaderboard, and even like something about seeing Nick Audi in 8th place doesn't seem right. And if I'm Matt Zapala seeing that, it's like you don't ever count these guys out.
And he has not uploaded anything
Yep.
since, what do we got here? 10:08, and he uploaded all his at once. So that's the scary part, right? He was not sandbagging when it's that early in the morning. He just caught those fish and he waited till he had a window. He was moving or whatever. So, but these were clearly, I don't know when he caught them, but he uploaded all those at once. So now it's been, we're going on almost 3 hours since he last uploaded a fish. So is he doing that again? Is he sandbagging at this point? Because I think at this point, it'd be sandbagging. So yeah, it's that's always tough. That's always tough. That's always brutal when you're in the lead, and then after the standings go offline, or after the point where you think you've got it, here comes somebody and they upload a bunch of big ones.
You think you ever get to that thought point, that process?
What?
That you got it? That could be dangerous.
There are times where it's like when you're paying if you're paying attention and you're seeing what's going on out there, and you're like, okay, nobody's uploading fish, so you're assuming that people are struggling and all these things, and you're struggling. Maybe at that point you're not catching any fish either. So you do kind of tend to get confident that you've got it, in the bag. I think any angler would do that or has done that.
Absolutely.
But and sometimes it works out, and then sometimes you're very disappointed.
Any move is any decision that anglers make, especially this time of the day, is it could be either a good or potentially good, potentially bad decision. You don't really know. These are the time of
days where you gotta focus. That's kind of tends to. We talked about me, upgrading and just at the end of the day, last minute calls that boost me up to the top, either into the money or to the very top. And what that is and I think we discussed this on the last broadcast, is that toward the end of the day I become more focused, which I should do from the beginning, but I junk fish and I cycle through all kinds of different things, and I fish a dock and I fish a laydown, fish this set of pads, all these crazy things. But then at the end I kind of take all that info that I've gathered over the course of the tournament, and I say, okay, this is the most effective thing. I'm going to focus on this for the last 2 hours, and then something happens. You know what I mean? And you catch a good one. And of course, like I said too, criticism of that would be that why don't I just do that from the beginning, and then maybe I'll win even more. But I don't know if I can possibly do that.
It almost feels like the goal becomes clear, right? In the last hour, it's like the whole day is full of like noise in your head sometimes. But like all these choices and like, do I move, do I not? But in the last hour, some of those are stripped away. Right, like you like if you have last hour, what am I going to do? What am I going to try to do to get that last minute upgrade or save my day, whatever it is? But like the last hour in doing that, if that's your goal, if that's what you're trying to do, then you automatically know making a move doesn't make sense. It's a time killer. Time is running out. I'm not making a move. I'm here. I'm stuck. Or at least you can still move, but you're not making that mile run anymore. That's over. So it's like that becomes off the table. And it does feel like that sometimes. Like it's like it reminds you to get back to basics, stick to what you know. And when it comes to fishing, it's like you're relatively, this is what you got, because you got an hour. So within reason, the space you're in is the space you're going to be in. And unless you're so confident unless you need like such a big fish that you need to like go back to a very specific dock or a laydown. But that last hour, it does strip away some of the noise in an odd way.
Yeah, you just lose the luxury of being able to make a mistake or make the wrong decision or try something. Some people probably still do it. I've done it, where you try to make a big move at the last minute and you probably shouldn't have. You make a run, you're like, I'm going to make this run, I'm going to fish this rock pile, and then they get there and there's somebody on it.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, I can't do anything. And so you can gamble sometimes. It doesn't pay off. But yeah, typically these last few hours are when you need to make the right decisions every time.
Right. And we still have 2.5 hours to go.
We got a little, which
is great for them.
We're talking like it's ending at 2:00, but we got a little bit extra time.
Yeah, but we are getting ready to wrap up the stream, which went by really quick this time. But before we do, first off, thank you all for watching. Our next event, which we hope to see you all at, is going to be on August 17th. and we are traveling. We are making our way to what Bassmaster magazine has deemed the best fishery in the United States, the St. Lawrence River.
Smallmouth Disneyland.
Exactly, smallmouth Disneyland is right. We are going to be focusing. We went there last year. We're going to be focusing on a different section of the river. I think the cool part about river fishing in general, definitely, I mean, the St. Lawrence is no exception, is it's massive. There's a lot to cover. There's a lot of diversity and types of fishing, the terrain you're fishing. We're going to be focusing out of the Messina area this time. We've been working with some of the folks there. Don from Messina, you probably see him at all the expos. Fantastic guy. We've been working with him since last year. Towards the tail end of last season to bring an event there. It's going to be really exciting. I hope you all are all able to sign up and compete. And if not, the broadcast there is definitely going to be one you're not going to want to miss. I think the fishing is going to be great.
And the good thing about this event is that, you know, for a river like that, it's got current. Everybody knows that the St. Lawrence has current. There were some people out there that were like, you cannot have a kayak tournament on the St. Lawrence River because there's too much current. That was not true, of course. We did the research. We spoke to guides and we spoke to, you know, locals and everything like that. The northern end, I hear, does have a little bit more current.
And weather can be a factor.
Right, weather can be as well, you know. But the northern end has a little bit more current. So what we've done is we've put 2 additional rivers in bounds, basically. The Racket River and the Grass River. Mm-hmm. They're just south of they travel all the way down into like the Adirondacks and stuff. So they're very long rivers. We can't fish the full length of the river, but I think it's like 27 miles of one, 30 of another. But a lot of backwater stuff. That river is a bit more of a lazy river. So if you don't want to get out into the current and stuff and the stuff that has more boat traffic, you're going to have
less pressured, right?
Right. Yeah, you're going to have 2 other rivers that you can access. Less ramps. You know what I mean? But you know, great fishery, giant pike from what I hear, muskie as well. I would love to catch a muskie. I never have.
That'd be fantastic.
But yeah, so it's going to be a great fishery or a great event. It is a great fishery. Everybody knows it. These 2 backwater rivers or back rivers add a lot more options for anglers. So yeah, we're going there August 17th.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of the better events for the season. I think
so.
You know,
sure.
it's we had a few like Raystown, that little bit of an unknown. We got the Kennebec River in Maine that, again, some people may not know it as well. It's not Messalonskee. It's not Great Pond.
Sure.
But again, St. Lawrence River, how could you not fish it?
Of course.
Giant smallies.
And even add to it, Messina as a location. It's been really, as we've worked with Don and prepared this event and planned for it, the town of Messina takes a lot of pride in being super welcoming to sportsmen and folks that come to the area. It's a big part of the revenue in the area, but we continue to hear about how Messina is a very sportsman and angler friendly place. That is not that is not always a guarantee, right? Like we go to a lot of places where tournament angling in general, you get some mixed reviews. So it's rare to have, some places are just kind of indifferent. They don't mind. They accept it as part of it. But Messina in general has seemed to, they have a lot of the big boat tournaments go out of there. Yeah. They have a lot of great facilities where they've really set themselves up to be a great location to host these events and welcoming anglers in. So
I believe MLF is going out of Messina, the Messina intake, the week before we are.
I believe so.
And then the week that we're there, just a little bit south in Waddington, Bassmaster Elites are going to be there. So if you want to meet some of the have a chance to meet some of the more popular anglers,
we should fish against them.
Just come on down. It'll be a great event.
We'll staff that idea.
Let's close this one out. Still no movement.
Sort of. We have gaps closing.
What do we got? What happened?
Todd Dyer, 3rd place now.
Todd Dyer's within a quarter of an inch of Jake.
Oh, Ray Morales just put up 17.25. That was like immediate. What?
Ray wants to close the show, I guess. Close the broadcast.
Ray's tied with Steve Hedges now for 87.25. Steve's still on top with the big bass, fresh baits big bass for 19.5 inches.
It's amazing.
Literally just jumped to 7th.
What's going on? What's happening?
Buzzer beaters.
1 minute.
For us, broadcast anyway.
One minute before we're closing the show, and these guys are making moves. So yeah,
well, they're making us look good with what we said. We knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
And the fish, so the second window might be starting up, or guys might be figuring stuff out.
So yeah, again, we're ending the broadcast. Standings will be online until 2:30.
Yep, keep following along there. Yep.
And then, you know, join us at the awards if you're fishing the event. Well, you shouldn't be watching if you are. But if you're here, local, join us at the awards location. Or just, you know, after the awards, probably around 4 o'clock, 4:30 or so. Maybe 5. No, when are we doing? After 5, sometimes 6 p.m. 6 p.m., look for the standings online. And then you'll be able to see who won.
If you're in the area, come by, you know, see, you know, feel free to come. Families are welcome at our awards, always, any of our events, you know, so anytime, if it's this one or St. Lawrence or down later in the season, if you want to come to the awards and see what we're about, see what see what your family member or friend is going away and doing all this time, like get an idea of what it's about, you're always welcome. And, you know, we appreciate all the support. We appreciate everybody tuning in today. And thank you all very much, and see you at the next one.
See you.